Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a very good morning. Let us begin our event today with the Umul Kitab Al-Fatiha. Amin, amin, ya Rabbal Alamin. Alhamdulillah, we are gathered here today for the IIUM Postgraduate Taaruf Week 2024-2025, the second and the last day for our briefings. So I'm your MC today, Faiz Nakib, and inshallah throughout the day, we're going to have a number of talks, a number of briefings. But before that, I would like to, of course, I believe it's not too late for me to again welcome all of you new PG students to the Garden of Knowledge and Virtue. So for today's session, if yesterday we have a lot of briefings, today we'll still have some briefings, but at the same time we'll also have some talks on matters and aspects with regards to your study life here in IIUM. So without any further ado, I would like to first begin today's session, the morning session, with a briefing by the Finance Division to be delivered by Madam Azura Binti alias Deputy Director, Student Financial Services, Finance Division IIUM. Madam Azura, are you there?
Yes, I'm here, brother.
Alhamdulillah.
I am
Madam,
here.
the screen is yours.
Okay. Can I share the screen?
Yes, sure.
Okay. You can see, right?
Clear.
Okay. Okay. A'udzubillahi minasyaitonirrajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. First of all, thank you to brother Faiz, is it? for welcoming me to give this briefing, and welcome to all new students to IIUM. Thank you for continuing study here. So without further ado, I will strictly brief you on the student financial policies and procedures. I am Madam Azura. Really sorry I can't open the video for some reason. So I just give you the briefing. Okay. Briefing on student financial policies and procedures. As a new student, the one thing that you should know is about your, I will brief you on our fees, financial policies and procedures, and also payment method. Okay, we'll be into three categories. Okay, the first one is type of fees. This is the IUM fee structure. As a student, you should learn aware on what you need to pay to the university. There is entrance fees, tuition fee, recurrent or academic fees, health insurance for the international student, hostel fee, bench fee, evaluation fee, and graduation fee. For further explanation, I'll show you how you can see your fees in the website. Okay, this is our website, Finance Division website, homepage. Okay, in which you can see here we have tuition fees, payment
Madam?
option. Yes?
We can't see your website.
Oh, you can. Okay, wait.
Yeah.
Okay, wait. Okay. Now you can see the screen.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. This is the Finance Division website for the students. Okay. We have the homepage, tuition fees, payment option, scholarship, financial assistance, any announcement to the student. And of course, I I'm sure that all of the students already have the card siswa RHB, and here you can contact us. So I will go to tuition fees. Okay. This is the details of your tuition fees. Anything related to your tuition fees, this is the form. So, for example, if you are a master program student, you can click here, view, okay, and you will see this booklet, and open here, and all the charges that I mentioned just now, you will see in this web, okay, in this website. We have entrance here. It depends. If you only do your PG for coursework, it will be based on the credit hours. So for example, like I call here, 140 per credit hours. Okay. And then if you research only, for example, 840. And for example, if you have mixed mode, if you choose mixed mode, you will pay credit hour plus research. 180 plus any credit hour, 180 times how many credit hours lah. Okay. And then you have here also, oh, this one, oh, sorry, really sorry. This one is entrance. Tuition fee here. I mean the credit hours is for tuition fee. This one is the amount that you need to times with your credit hours. Okay, and then recurrent fees here. Okay, 2,600 and also 150. Okay, for information, this fees is for the whole semester if you completed it within 2 years. Meaning that within 2 years, if you fulfill all the requirement, your study and no delay or extension, this is the amount that you need to pay, 10,990. And for other courses also, you can check here. Okay, I just show you where you can get the detail of your tuition fees. Okay, then and then also for just now I show the website fees. So just you will see all these components, and then health insurance for the international student. And then hostel fee, of course, whatever that the room that you choose in IIUM, the residential services division will inform you the fees. On top of that, we have bench fee. Bench fee will be charged to the students with lab, like engineering, architecture, or like that. Okay. And then at the end of your study, you will have evaluation fee and graduation fee. Is it so far, is it clear, brother? Okay. So now I will show you where you can see your student financial statement. All of you have access to the IIUM, right? So in the IIUM, you can choose from here. There is services, my services, and then there's a finance tab. And then you click here, you will see your financial statement. Okay, or your financial statement will show you the kuliah, your program, whether you have sponsored or not, and also your status and the name entry and also passport number. So in here, if you register, for example, semester 2 coming, okay, if you are a new student, this is the fees that will appear at the first for the institution. You will see it clearly in your financial statement. So what you need to pay, which one is the amount that you need to pay here? the last right one at the end of the financial statement. For example, here, 835. Why? Because already pay for 2,542.50. Okay, why is it appear the first at the first one even you registered here? Because this is the interest, the amount that you pay early before you become active as a student. We receive your payment and then the billing up, so you can see your billing and then you know how much is the balance. Okay, I'll brief you on the financial policies and procedures. Okay. We need the student to really alert on all of these policies. Okay. Fail to do so, it will affect your registration, your pre-registration, or your ability to view your result. Okay. So first, outstanding fees should be fully settled at least 2 weeks from pre-registration period. Otherwise, students will be barred from registering for the coming semester and seeing their examination result. Entrance fee will not be refunded, meaning that if you are a new student and you already entered the university or register with the university, but suddenly you decided to withdraw, it will not be refunded. Entrance fee will not be refunded in the event the student withdraws from the university. And then 3, the tuition fee and related fees paid will be refunded as follows in the event of withdrawal or study leave. Okay, for example, if you enter the university in March and within the first month, you calculate 30 days. Within the 30 days, you withdraw from the university, we will refund you 90% out of all the amount that you pay. Okay, from the first month to the second month means that 2 months after registration, within 2 months after registration, 60% refund. But if you decided on the third month, there'll be no refund. Okay, because all the process have been done for the 2 months. Okay. During the short semester, the tuition fee will be charged according to the credit hour registered, and the related fees will be charged half from the normal fees. Students staying for the short semester at hostel will be charged. I'm sorry, this rate we will confirm back. Need to confirm back with the RSD. They will explain you details for postgraduate room. Okay, because we have a new fees revision in October. For study extension, students should pay full research fees plus credit hour fee, if any, and the current academic fees during the extension period. Audited fees, some of the students will take audited subject. Also, there will be audited fees. The fee per credit hour for audited subject will be half from the normal fee. Graduation fee now is 250, is compulsory to be paid upon graduate. Postgraduate who registered comprehensive examination will be charged additional tuition fee. Prerequisite subjects, the fee per credit hour for prerequisite subject will be charged according to the type of the subject registration. For example, if you are taking subject from that kuliah, only one subject, they will charge per subject. The university has the right to revise the fees without notification. For further details, kindly visit Finance Division website. Just now that I'm sharing, and also Facebook. Okay. Next, payment method. We have only now, actually, before we have many payment methods, but now we urge the student to go straight forward to our IIUM Easy Pay, in which when you pay, it is a real-time system, in which after you pay, you will see it reflected immediately to your financial statement. So there will be no blocking. If you pay all, there will be no blocking lah. If there's still balance, you still will block even you are paying. Okay. Then you can see here, this is the Easy Pay, how you go to Easy Pay. You can search here, IIUM Easy Pay. Okay. For example. Okay, they will direct you to the Easy Pay home. This is the Easy Pay website. Here you log in. Log in with IIUM CAS. You must log in with your student ID ni lah. Okay. And then when you see this dashboard, your transaction, successful payment, attempt payment, and failed payment. Also, if you have outstanding, they will link you to the one that you need to pay. So, after you enter your login here, or log out, sorry. Okay. The login page, you will see this one, this icon. Please choose this icon. Wait. And then, ada broken ni. I think the system have some error because I can't enter it directly. But please try this one. This is the barcode. If you want to pay through your mobile, you just scan this code. And then you will enter the same website that I just showed you just now. I think this morning they have problem. Of course, suppose you can see this icon. Make sure you pay your fees by clicking this icon, not other icon. Okay? Because this one is the one that will reflect your financial statement. Because in the website, there are lots of icons, more than one icon. So please make sure you choose the right icon. Okay. But in case that you fail to use the EasyPay, and please, we have also the method here, the method in our our website here. Just now that I'm sharing with you, we have payment option here. Okay, you can see the first choice that we advise all of you to see to pay is IIUM EasyPay. Okay, or and then the next one, JomPay. If you fail to use EasyPay, for example, there's some error or whatever, you need to report to us, or you feel that it's not suitable for you at that time, so you can use JomPay. JomPay is here. Okay, you can see all the details here. They will link to the JomPay. You can, and the biller code. We have the biller code also. Here, this is the biller code. To pay tuition fees and hostel fees, you see, tuition and hostel fees, the biller code is 7975903. Okay, it is there is only biller code for IIUM. One is for the tuition fees and another one is compound. Compound if you do any compounded action, they must compound you, and this is the code. Do not pay to this code, but this code 48561. But for bill, for any tuition fees, 75903. Okay. Then, this is all the method that we have. KWSP for the local student, you can refer the step here. And then via telegraphic transfer for students who are outside Malaysia. But please have experience with EasyPay and inform us for any discrepancy or any issues that you face so that we can improve it. We really urge the student to use EasyPay because it much easier, much faster for you, no hassle, you see, unless we have problem with the line. Okay. Last but not least, if you have any question, this is our email, finance@iium.edu.my. Okay, this is the contact number. It's 4213871 or 3191 or 5943 or 5945. Student scholarship and website. This is the website that I opened just now. And then this is our Facebook. Just to share you, in our website, you can see lots of things, okay? On top of announcement, this is the announcement, okay, for maintenance, schedule maintenance. This is the tuition fees that I share with you just now. All the booklet, degree, master, PhD. We also have master here. If you're international student, please choose the international one. Okay, payment option. I'm sharing you with you just now. And here is scholarship and financial assistance. We try to put the available scholarship link here. And please do the visit and learn from this website. If anything, if any of the scholarship might suitable to you or can help you. Okay, announcement. And kat siswa. Okay. This is the kat siswa. Okay. Alhamdulillah, I think that's all, brothers and sisters. Thank you for your concentration in my presentation. So that's all, brother, from me.
Thank you so much, madam. We have a few questions in the chat. Can we address those questions?
Okay.
Okay, I can read out. I can read out the question one by one. Is it possible?
Okay,
Right.
wait.
So first of all,
Okay.
So first of all, Brother Azhan asked, what's the meaning of recurrent?
Recurrent fee, actually, in other university, they call it services fee. Services fee. Like if you are using transport, you are using library, you are using computer lab, and any other services. Yes, services.
I see. Okay. I hope that answered the question, yeah? Okay, next, Brother Naim asks, I'm currently using lab facility of IMR for my project, which is not using any facility of IIUM. Do I still need to pay for bench fee?
Bench fee is charged to the student whoever have a lab. That one you need to deal with your bench fee you need to pay. You need to pay. If you are in the kuliah, in the related kuliah, you need to pay.
Even though they don't necessarily use IIUM's facility, right?
That's not the condition right there. The condition if you are enrolled in that kuliah, that's the one that you need to pay.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
Okay, next, from Brother Muhammad Faiz, for hostel fees, they will not be reflected in financial statement if you are not registered for the hostel, right?
Right. Betul? Correct?
All right, okay. Oh yeah, I missed out Brother Hamzah's question. After I click financial statement in iMaklum, they said my student financial statement cannot be generated. Do I need to go to IIUM Finance Division office as the page stated?
Cannot be generated. It might be in situation, I'm not sure whether your status already active or not. If you already active and the bill already, normally we raise the bill 2 weeks after the student register. You will see after your, 2 weeks after your registration. But still, if you can't view it, you can contact us, no problem.
All right. Okay. Next, how does the student ID, my debit card work? Do I need to open bank account? From Sister Fatima.
RSB, is it?
Yeah, I think it's the metric card.
Okay, the question is,
How does it work? Do I need to open a bank account?
Suppose you will get this one for the student ID debit card. Normally, we will have a session with all the students. I'm not sure for PG how they advise you, but actually all the student at IIUM, if you have the debit card and you want to use the bank account, you need to open. You need to open the bank account. You need to go to any nearest RHB and open your account there.
You need to activate your
Yes,
card, right?
yes.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Okay. All right. Next from, I hope this is a brother Ahmad or Achmad. Should I pay the enrollment first prior to medical check?
And
Hello?
yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Because when you receive the offer letter, for you to be the student, I'm not sure this is international student or not, but if you come to IIUM, of course, medical checkup will be done at the health and wellness center, right? Our health and wellness center, our clinic here. So, you need to be a student. Student means that you have paid everything in offer letter.
Hmm.
Uh,
Okay.
clear.
Oh yeah, sorry, about the ID card just now. If I'm not mistaken, this is from my own personal experience.
Mm-mm.
If you, for example, if you don't know which bank to go, if I'm not mistaken, usually RHB will have like 1 day or 2, 3
Yes,
days where they
yes,
go to main Audi and they have a campaign for you to activate your account.
yes,
Um,
that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, so inshallah, Sister Fatima just now, if you don't know which RHB bank to go, you can wait for that particular campaign.
Mm.
Okay. All right. Next, from Sister Nadia, is the part-time fees different with full-time students since I didn't take for hostel? Oh,
Part-time fees is different because
okay.
instead of, not different in terms of tuition fees. I have here, wait.
Okay. It's okay, it's okay. No worries. We have plenty of time to address all of these questions. So
Okay.
everyone, if you have more questions, please do ask in the chat
So,
box. In the future, if you stuck with your payment, don't say that we don't give you briefing, huh? All right.
wait, we have part-time, where I remember. Hmm.
Madam Azhar, if I can address some of the questions below. From Sister Nurin, will CPS alert us on the coming of RHB Bank to campus? Uh, I believe that usually when RHB Bank comes to campus, there's usually there will be a lot of advertisement on that. As long as you walk around the center, you will notice when RHB open its booth or does the campaign. So no worries, inshallah. Uh, and to Brother Fahmi, I think Brother Irshad Haris already answered the question. Yes, as long as you already have the metric card, the physical metric card, you can visit any RHB bank in order to activate your account.
That's right.
Okay,
But
madam?
there for the time, I
Okay.
can't answer it right now because I'm not really familiar with the part-time medium. So
Okay, okay.
can she? We'll reply to email. Can you
Okay,
just
Sister Nadia, inshallah, if you can take the email and then you can ask the same question again to Finance Division email.
sorry.
Okay. But I think like it's a different set of questions. Number one is whether part-time fee is different for full-time student, and second is since I didn't take hostel, I believe that the fee will differ if you don't take hostel. So you can be a full-time student that live outside, so your fee will be less than full-time student that stays inside lah. But for between part-time and full-time student, yes, there will be. I think that from the presentation just now from Madam Azura, we can see that there are some differences, small differences.
Yeah, hostel, if you are not staying, they will not charge you. But for the fee, I'm not sure whether, because what I remember, it's if full-time 6 years, you will become 12 years. But the fees, I think, will be the same. but need to check again. Sorry.
Ah,
Mm,
yeah.
mm,
For further clarification, I encourage you to email finance division. Usually, when I contact finance division, either through email, through call, they will usually get back to me ASAP.
mm,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Okay, next question from NM. I don't know. Is this a sister brother? Salam, if I pay the registration fees using KWSP, how can I know the money is well received because it was credited direct to IM account? Oh.
Okay, KWSP, if they have transferred the money to the university, you will get notification from KWSP.
Oh.
But in our situation, when we will approve it online, our task is only to approve the payment online. Okay,
Hmm.
I mean, confirm that you are the student. This is the fees that you need to pay. At our side, we will click the button. Okay, approve. This is the right one. This is the right claim. Then KWSP will process. But normally, the notification will come back to the student. You need to inform us also. If for the faster result, you need to inform us.
All
Because
right.
many transaction in the bank.
Betul.
Uh,
I think like there's a follow-up, sorry, there's a follow-up question from the same person, and how to attach the payment proof in the registration system, because I can't proceed to next option such as uploading metric card picture if the fees are not settled yet.
how to attach the payment proof in the registration system. For enrollment, I think for the enrollment, you will pay directly, right? You can't, it is not any payment proof to attach in the ITAS jail.
Hmm.
I think ITAS jail requested you to pay first
I'm
through
not
EasyPay.
mm.
There's the link there. Because of course you can't proceed to the next option unless you settle your fees. This
I
one you
think
need
like
to
if,
check.
I mean, worst case scenario, you can just email finance division to help clear the payment, right?
We can, but this one, if you are doing online
Uh,
registration, not
yeah,
sure.
must.
Mm.
Yeah. I think this
Mm.
is how to address this, eh?
Okay, brother. We can check, but now I can't answer this one directly because this
Mm.
related to IT system. How the ITAS jail.
Yes, yes.
Yes, brother Ehsan is quite expert in this, but he's not here, right?
Yes.
He
But
can advise.
inshallah, maybe um maybe later on you can, maybe the person here can come to CPS to address about
or,
this
or,
because
or
we're not
else.
sure about this.
Mm. Or else,
Mm.
for the question that I didn't answer, can you, I mean, just compile and put,
Mm.
you can see their email or not? No, no.
No, we cannot. But I think like
Oh,
madam, I think like as long as if madam can can you show back the last slide with the contact so that they
uh-uh.
can so that they can keep the email. So and every one of
See, right?
you, if possible, um have you shared your screen?
Okay, not sharing, eh? Okay, wait,
Not shared yet. So for
Not
all of
sharing.
you, I think that I would like to encourage if you can either screenshot or you can take picture of these contacts. So in the future, if you have any question or maybe you want more details with regards to the answer that we give you today, please kindly email and contact the following persons lah. Okay, we proceed. We still have plenty of time. We can still proceed with the questions. I'm just saying that if we didn't address your question thoroughly or you need more clarification, you can contact finance division through the shown contacts here. Okay, so from Bader Adam Shuzain, I think this is a question that a lot of people are asking. When is the time to pay first sem fee? My visa has not approved yet. Madam?
First sem fee. First sem fee,
When is the
once the bill raised, okay, normally we allow the student to pay before within 1 month, okay, like March. before end of April.
Before end of April lah kan?
Yes, before end of
Okay.
April. Mm-mm.
Okay. So I think it's in the middle of the semester or
Yes, betul.
okay.
We recommend to
Alright.
early actually, but now we understand the student situation, so that's why we allow them to pay as long as as long as it will not disturb your study, you can pay before end of the semester. But preferably you pay as early as you can to avoid any difficulties that you face. You cannot register, you cannot check your
Hmm.
result. You see, that's the problem.
Yeah, I think like it's the best if you pay as early as possible.
Yes.
Speaking from personal experience, like yes, you can try to delay as long as possible your payment, but usually what happen is that, for example, if you trying to get exam slip or you're trying to use some digital services, they would consider whether you have paid your fees or not, right? I think like from personally, even I used to have some issues before exam. Oh,
Yes.
cannot access sleep because I haven't paid. And then the thing is that usually if the longer you delay, you have to remember that I am also have to process your payment. So it cannot like you have something that you need to access today, and then like, oh, okay, I pay today. You don't expect today also settle. Uh, I mean, like
That's
any
right. Right.
businesses, you will you'll have to have like 2 3 day, 2 3 business days
Yeah,
of
yeah, please give time.
uh
Yes, correct. But right, brother, right. That's right. That's right, for Brother Faiz. Because that's why now we urge the student to use Easy Pay. Because most of
mm.
the student is like that. They tend to delay. Today I want to see my result. Today I want to pay. Inshallah,
Yes.
if Easy Pay is in a good health condition, I mean, okay, then
Yeah.
you will see your statement directly reflected. Or else you need to wait. Yes, that's right. But just to bear in mind that any payment for the semester, please settle within the same semester. Please settle it
Mm.
within the same semester. Uh-huh.
All
As
right.
Brother Faiz already shared his experience.
Personal
Okay.
experience. Okay. All right. From
Betul,
Sister
betul.
Nurin here. Salam, madam. For self-sponsored student, if they don't need a new RHB account, is that okay, or still they have to activate the card?
If you don't have the RHB account, then there'll be no problem. It's just active as a metric card lah. It's just function as my metric card.
Hmm.
Uh-uh.
Okay. All right.
Mm-mm.
So next question, from Sister Fatia Shafinas. I would like to ask regarding the fees for IUM staff who continue study at IUM. Do we need to pay first or need to wait for the reduction approved by Finance Division Department? And may I know when is the last due date to make the payment?
Mm. Fees for IUM staff who continue study already continue or not? Already continue the study active? Okay. If you are
Okay.
already being our student, normally for the fee reduction, we will there will be a special there. You don't have to pay lah, because there will be
Mhm.
the reduction. Need to pay or need to pay for the reduction approved. For staff we have other treatment for the staff. No worries.
Hmm.
Mm-mm.
Okay, so don't worry, yeah, IUM staff continue studying. Right. Next is okay. Brother Taufik, I've applied for PTPTN and been approved, but they say it can't be credited because got problem with the bank. I already contacted PTN and they asked me to ask IPT about the bank type.
For PTPTN, they will only use RHB Bank, meaning that is your account is RHB Bank or not? To check again for that.
Okay, but Brother
Uh,
Taufik, you have to check on that, yeah. If you have RSB bank, then probably no problem, but I'm not
yes.
sure how to
Uh,
proceed.
but
Okay.
still, you can call us, because if the PTPTN is approved and your name is really in the list, we need you can call us back to confirm.
Okay. So, alright. Next, from Brother Naim, for any publications that will be published, can we claim from the bench fee?
This one bench fee is under the under the authorization of the kuliah. Any claim or whatever, you need to communicate again with your kuliah, your
Depends on
supervisor.
kuliah lah. I
Yes, depends on
see.
the kuliah. I can't
Alright.
answer directly this one because there will be further checking, further verification, whether they want to consider or not. I'm not sure that one. Bench fee is
Alright.
under the authorization of the kuliah. We only charge you and collect on behalf of them.
I think like this is kuliah based, so
Uh,
cannot answer for every kuliah in
uh,
IUM. So kindly address your question, Brother Naim, to the PG office of your respective kuliah. Okay. Alright. Okay. Next, from I think this is from sister. Uh, I don't know how to FRSH and Nazwan or something. I want to pay hostel fee in EasyPay, but it stated no record found. How I have to pay the fee?
Okay, again, sister, as I said just now, the billing will be appear in your financial statement after 2 weeks after your registration. Okay, meaning that once the financial statement is appear, your bill is stated here, the amount that you need to pay is there, then you can strictly go to the EasyPay. Because I am EasyPay, it reads directly from your financial statement. If there is outstanding, it will show you the amount that you need to pay. Straightforward. Can I am answering or not?
Yeah, yes. I'm just I'm looking at the other questions as well. Okay, thank you, madam. Next who is from Brother Muhammad Fahmi. Just now you mentioned that the financial statement will be reflected in IMALUM after 2 weeks from registration, even after full payment.
No, no. Full payment you will see directly, but I mean the bill. Full payment you can see. Just now we said
Oh,
about Easy Pay, right? Easy Pay. I am
yes.
Easy Pay. If you want to pay through Easy Pay, of course, you need to wait for the bill. We raise the bill and it's appear in your financial statement. But for any payment, it will, if other payment, right? The new, the enrollment, there will be different treatment there. It will reflect. We have other channel that will reflect directly to your financial statement. It's different. For the new student, different for the first payment. But if you meant for your billing just now, you need to pay for the bill to be raised.
Alright. Okay,
Uh-uh.
next. Oh, by the way, if any one of you don't want to type, you want to ask questions orally, please just raise your hands and I will ask. I don't know if I think the admin enabled you to unmute yourself. But if not, I will ask them to unmute you lah. Okay. Next, from Sister Nadia, what about PTN? Is it full covered for part-time, and when we can pick up the metric card?
PTPTN, I can't
Is
answer
it
that one
full
directly.
covered for part-time?
It depends on your eligibility. Okay, PTPTN, they have their condition whether you are full covered or not. They have their checking. So this one I can't answer. Metric card also, like Brother Faiz said, actually normally we will have state will issue an announcement for all the new student to pick up when is the date to pick the metric card.
Even for me myself, like I didn't take my metric card until my second year because I didn't care that much about it. But later on during the campaign, when they have the they did the campaign at Main Audi, and they actually have like they're already ready like every metric card that students have to take, both undergrad and postgrad. So if let's say you didn't take your metric card yet, before the campaign, you can take it during the campaign. They will have the metric card ready physically. Uh, um. Okay, wait. Next, we also have from. Okay, many questions. Alhamdulillah. Sister Nur Ain, I
Mm.
have applied for Mahalah Halimah and my application has been approved. I have received the LOU. However, when attempting to pay the hostel fee via the EasyPay system, it indicates that all outstanding payment have been settled. Could you kindly advise how I should proceed with settling the hostel fee? Thank you. Wow, this is so rare. Someone already settled your payment,
Received the
Masya Allah. Oof.
Web platform
It's,
application have been approved. I've received LOU or letter of offer. Is it this one or letter university? However, when attempting to pay the hostel fee, hostel fee again also will appear after 2 weeks.
okay,
You need
thank
to
God.
wait. If you want to use EasyPay, you need to wait for the bill to appear
2
in your
weeks.
financial statement.
Yeah. I think like it's because some students like when you enroll into university, when you're into IIUM, some of you say usually PG students will get PG room. But some students, like
Yes.
for example, number one, they don't want to live in campus, so they live outside. Okay, and then number two, there's also students who instead of staying in PG room, they applied to stay in a different room, maybe a twin room or the normal quad room. So that's why I think like there will be adjustments with regards to your fees depending on the type of room that you staying. If I'm not mistaken, is it? Am I right, madam?
Yes. Unless
Okay.
if RSD when you register for your hostel like Ruqayyah, of course they will need you to pay first. That one in EasyPay there's other button that you need to choose for paying that. Because there's some they call rental, some they call hostel, but this one is under the jurisdiction of RSD. You can ask this question again when RSD there will be a session, right, Brother Faiz?
Yes, usually I
Ah.
think like I think you have an RHB officer inside this WhatsApp, I say inside this Zoom meet as well. Do we have any RHB
So,
employee wants to confess being here today?
but
It's
they have
okay.
the
I don't
session
want to
also,
out.
right?
I don't want to out anyone. Okay.
Okay,
All right.
I think they have the session.
They will
So
have a session,
any
inshallah.
about hostel they can answer also, inshallah.
Mm. Before I proceed with the next question, I think like we have one person, Sister Shakira, who wants to ask questions orally. Sister Shakira, can you unmute yourself?
Thank you.
Okay.
I want to I was trying to follow the instruction on iMalum, how to use iMalum service. So I went to my financial statement now. I can see I've made my full payments, but I can see that my Kulia program is wrongly written here. And then the payments for my total payment is not reflecting, though I can see that even the cumulative balance is not showing anything. Is this something I should be worried? My Kulia program is wrong. It's written in Center for Language and Pre-University Academic Development. And that's not the program I applied for. I applied for Developmental Psychology Master's program, but I don't know what is written here. Do I have to be worried about that?
Okay. Yeah, the program is not, we just extract the information from the academic system. If it is wrong, then you need to communicate back with your kuliah, CPS or kuliah, Brother Faiz, for
Okay.
program. I'm not sure whether, I think you can ask CPS again about the program. Why is it wrong? Because that one
Wrong
we don't
program macam mana?
have. Wrong program. Dia macam baca, the program is different from what she's supposed to.
Oh, I think you have to. Oh yeah, I think you have to ask CPS first. Better ask CPS first.
Mm. Okay, for the reflect payment, you already active, sister? You already active, right? Your
Yes,
status.
active is shown here. I can see
Oh,
active
okay, cool.
here.
Yeah.
But the payment, the subtotal, the amount is not written. I just see 00. That's all.
Ah, okay. If like that, can you email me? Can you email me? And I will check for that. Azura. My email is Azura.
Azura.
I
Please,
can check
can you
for your,
help me
yes,
send?
yes.
Sister Shakira,
Yes.
I got information from CPS. CPS already chat. They say that you have to ask kuliah with regards to matter, not CPS, about
Okay.
your different program.
Okay. Okay.
Alright. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Next. Thank you so much, sister. Okay, next. I think we have time for around 1, 2 questions. I think that the speaker for the next session is already here. Okay. Um, the Sister Siti Nurhidayah, sorry, can I reconfirm that my Siswa card is only for students that have PTPTN? Does part-time student who do not any under sponsorship need to activate the card too?
All student, all IIM student, all the university, public university student, they are compulsory to have metric card from RHB. Okay, that's one condition. Meaning that, but either you want to activate the account or not, it's up to you. But you will receive the card as your metric card also. There is no other metric card than RHB card. Uh,
Every student, every IM student, regardless are you part-time or full-time, you will get a metric card from that is also like RHB card. It's the question of whether you activate your account. It depends on your needs. Like me personally, I don't have a need to activate the RHB account, but then I still activate the RHB account because hey, you can't have too much bank account, right? But if you choose to have, but everyone will have a metric card, whether you activate the account or not, it depends on your own needs. But for PTPTN students, you have to activate the account lah.
compulsory. Yes, yes,
It's
compulsory.
compulsory. Alright. Okay, last question. Okay, last question I think for today. Okay, we have 1 more minute. From Brother Naim again. For IIM alumni student, undergrad. So it's undergrad IIM alumni lah. Is there any process to claim the discount, or will it be automatically deducted in financial statement in iMaklum?
Okay, for alumni discount, of course, you need to go to the CPS office. There are a form there. You fill in, and the officer at the CPS office will verify with either you are, entitled for the discount or not. Once we got the form, then we will do the adjustment in your financial statement.
Okay, so remember, come to CPS first.
Uh-uh.
Alright, fill out the forms.
Out the form, yes. Fill out the form. Because you
Yeah, I
must know
didn't.
that there's one of the condition, brother. One of the condition for you to entitle for the alumni is that you are self-sponsored student.
Okay, self-sponsored. Yeah. Oh
Yes.
man, I didn't claim my discount previously.
Okay. It start from matric number 222.
Okay, tu. Alah, okay, never mind lah. It's
Uh-uh.
okay, never mind lah. Okay,
Okay.
I think for other questions, you can either contact through email to finance division, or you can contact the numbers that have been provided in the last slide lah. Alright. Also, with regards to the recording of this session, it will be uploaded into CPS IIM's YouTube. So, if for example you want to refresh or recap whatever that you learned in this briefing session, you can go to CPS IIM's YouTube channel. Okay. So thank you so much, Madam Azura, for spending some time with us to give a briefing with regards to financial matters for postgraduate students. Thank you so much, Madam. Madam?
Okay, I just
Okay.
want to say also thank you to all the participants for the fruitful question. I really like the question because I am also learning for some reason. Some of the question maybe I'm not really expert to answer, but we're looking forward for the next for the next new student so that we can give more comprehensive information.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
For the question about the alumni just now, is it also for staff dependents? And does staff dependents also need to fill in the form, or is it automatically?
No, staff dependents, they have other discount. Automatic, no alumni anymore. Staff
Automatic
dependents, different rate system. Automatic.
one, also automatic. Okay,
No,
thank you.
sorry. Staff dependents, still you need to come to our office and fill in the form because we are not sure which staff is study in IUM. You need to come to our office. Finance, not CPS finance. Okay?
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Welcome. Thank you, Brother Faiz. I think that's all. Really appreciate all the question. Thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you so much, Madam, for the session. All right, so for inshallah again, I ask, like I said, if you have any questions, please do contact Finance Division through the provided contacts. If you miss out the slide just now, you can simply just Google Finance Division IIUM and get the contact details from the internet. All right, so without any further ado, so our next session here, of course, as postgraduate students, you will need to be able to communicate. You will need to be able to present yourself. One day you will have to present your research in order to become a complete postgraduate scholar. So for our next session, inshallah, we have an extremely qualified speaker to deliver our next session. It will be on presentation skill sharing session. The title is Effective Presentation Skills and Visual Communication. Alright. So I would like to invite Dr. Muhammad Yusuf bin Muhammad from Abu Hamid Abdul Hamid. I forgot the name. It's a really long name.
Kas.
Let's just say.
No,
Sorry.
Kas.
Oh yeah, wrong kuliah. Sorry, wrong kuliah. Kuliah Light Health Science, right? Yes, kuliah Light Health Science IUM. Dr. Muhammad, Dr. Yusuf, are you there?
Yeah, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Can you listen to
Alright.
my voice?
Yes, it's so clear.
It's
Okay.
very dangerous, brother. You're changing
floor
my,
is yours.
you're changing me to different kuliah.
Oh my god. Sorry, my eyes. I didn't wear my spec today, so I read it as
mashallah. How are you, brother? How are you?
Alhamdulillah. Long time no see.
Yeah, I think we met last year, right?
Yeah. I think like we met
Last year or last
many
2 years?
Taaruf weeks. Yeah, last year.
Last year, mashallah. Yeah.
Mashallah. Okay, sir, you can control if you want to show anything.
Yeah, inshallah. I'm going to share my inshallah I'm going to share my slides.
Okay.
Let me see. Actually, the topic is a little bit different, but I think it's okay. Inshallah.
Topic different.
A little bit different in terms of the wording, because the wording is very important actually.
Okay, let's see.
Let me check. Can you see my slides?
Wait, still processing. Okay.
Okay, this is
better topic.
Yeah, this is the wording actually, because I'm a little bit afraid when you mention about visual imaging. Okay.
Visual.
There's a word visual there. Okay,
communication.
fine. Inshallah. Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alamin. Allahumma salli ala Muhammad. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yasir li amri wahlul uqdatan min lisani yafqahu qawli. Respected Chairperson, Brother Faiz, Brother Amir, and all of the members. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace, blessing, and mercy of Allah be upon all of you. Of course, this is a good session, mashallah. And first of all, let us express our heartiest gratitude towards Allah the Almighty, Due to his will and permission, we are able to gather here online. Though physically we are not present, but spiritually all of us are connected, mashallah. And I'm able to see Brother Faiz and many of the, I would say like colleague. I'm not going to say student, right? Because I myself, like from IIUM, which later I'm going to, mention a little bit about it. But I would consider this like more like a sharing, not like a lecture, not really like what we say that educational, professorial. No, I'm not going to mention that. Just a little bit of sharing. So the topic given to me, it is unleashing your potential, the art of effective presentation. So before I proceed further, I would like to again acknowledge and appreciate CPS for calling me again. I think I'm not sure how many times. This is maybe the second or third time. Brother Amin keep contacting me. Alhamdulillah, I'm not sure because I don't think that I am good in presentation, but yet I appreciate a lot because I love to share to all of the students. But before I start, because I got the information that not all here are new students. So I'm not sure whether, because it's online, right? So we know that some students may not be listening, some might be listening and driving, some might be listening and taking bath and etc. So the thing is, I just want to know if you are here listening to me, just press N in the chat box. I want to see how many people actually are listening. Just press N. Okay, means a lot. MashaAllah. Okay, Alhamdulillah. Okay, thank
This
you very
feels
much
like
for
Twitch.
your engagement. Okay, Alhamdulillah. N means new. Okay, okay. Now, before you're thinking about other things, so I make it very clear. Now, so ladies and gentlemen, before I go a little bit further, I'm not going to do 1 hour full. Maybe I will finish earlier so that we can allow more question and answer. So let me tell about myself a little bit, not to boost myself, but at least someone who the first time listen to me don't think that who is this bored guy start talking about presentation, right? So at least you are a little bit, no, because I mentioned just now, I'm the breed of IIUM, which means that I started my undergraduate in Kuliah of Science, and then I went for Masters in Kuliah of Medicine, and I did PhD in my own Kuliah now, Kuliah of Allied Sciences. Though I'm in Kuantan, but yet I spent about 2 years, 1 year, the first phase of my studies in IUM in Gombak, because that time we were parasiting the engineering department, the Kuliah of Science. Before we have our own Kuliah, we suck up all of the energy from Kuliah of Engineering, then we transferred to Kuliah of Science in Kuantan campus. So I really, like an alumni, like a senior to you. So I feel more younger if I say that I'm senior to you. If I mention that, at least some people can guess my age now, can. Alhamdulillah, not reached 41 yet. And the thing is, just to mention a little bit about my achievement before, to give you some inspiration later on, because the life as a postgraduate study is a journey of education. It's a journey of knowledge in which you are going to learn so many things. And as mentioned by Brother Faiz just now, this part of presentation is part and parcel of your PG works. So during my time, I participated in 3-minute thesis competition, which is CPS going to ask you to join, definitely. The PG office will nominate person and ask you to join. The 3MT is a very good platform for you to articulate your research in only 3 minutes, not 3 hours, 3 minutes, in which you articulate your points in 3 minutes. You make it people understand, even those people who are not in your field, they are able to understand your research in a layman presentation. So if you are able to articulate in 3 minutes, then what about 30 minutes, right? So Alhamdulillah, I managed to do that in 2000, I'm not mistaken, in 2018, I won the national level, Alhamdulillah. That one is for the left picture here, Alhamdulillah. Then on the middle, I went for the falling walls of lab. This time, mashallah, I'm very young, very thin. Now I'm changing, not evolving, but I'm changing. Okay. Then you can see, alhamdulillah, that time we're falling walls of lab, but I'm not sure what the status now, whether they still have this. This is like any age you can go and enter. I mean, the appropriate age. You don't expect babies to go in. Then here you are going to, like, you are going to present your ideas. They are going to judge you. So the purpose of entering this kind of competition it makes you more confident when you are going to present later on. And finally, with the grace of Allah, in 2018, I managed to give on the 34th convocation, I managed to give the victory speech, alhamdulillah. So the purpose I'm telling you this, not to boost myself or to say what, no, just to give you some inspiration that during the journey of postgraduate, you are going to present. Some of you don't like presentation so much, you feel so nervous, you think that you have no confidence. This is the time. Postgraduate, this is the time for you to polish your presentation skills. And today I'm going to share to you some tips, but of course we need a lot of practice later on. Now, before we go further, as mentioned again by Brother Faiz just now, we are involving in many presentation. So as a PG students, we need to know what type of presentations that we are going to involve later on, right? Number one, it can be to inform your audience, which means your audience can be your own supervisor. Your audience can be your own colleague. Your audience can be the public. Your audience can be professors. So it depends to what audience you are going to inform. Of course, in terms of information, or even in terms of to educate people, you require platform. You require methodology, how to going to present. What are you going to present? Is it a data form? Is it an anecdote? Is it a story? So you need to know what kind of presentation. Because not all have equal footing. For example, the third one, to persuade your audience. This is much more on political speech, because people want to persuade others, giving a lot of promises, rhetoric speeches, emotional, so that people can attracted to your particular speech, right? But for education and for information, it's a bit different. It is much more formal, much more data are going to be there. You need to articulate your data, you need to explain the trends, you need to explain your discussion. So for the purpose of this particular presentation, I am more towards the research, not general, because I noticed that after this, you're going to have research proposal, right? So at least I'm going to share to you more towards the research and more towards postgraduate studies. But yet, out there, you have a lot of presentations. For example, I involved last year with the RMC, Research Management Center, when we try to evaluate pitch presentation. That one is very different. For example, I have a phone here. I'm sorry, this is a very old phone. Even the screen doesn't want to show it, It just show the border, right? So if I want to sell this phone, I want to say that this is a newest technology on the market. This kind of presentation is different, and you only have like few minutes. If you don't manage to get the first 30-second attention by the audience, they are not going to listen to you. The investors are not going to invest on you. That is a different type. But alhamdulillah, during my PhD, I was sent for the Bio Malaysia competition, and my supervisor asked me, you need to pitch. Eventually, I didn't go, alhamdulillah, but I just pitched at the exhibition, right? Because it's very difficult. It's very difficult. But for academicians, later on, some of you are becoming academicians, you are producing products. Not all academicians are good in pitching, because pitching is a different methodology. You must be very precise. You must be very concise. You must show the advantages. You must show the cost analysis. For those of you who are watch the Innovaton in TV, right? Some of the researcher here from Kuliah of Dentistry, Associate Prof. Dr. Hafiz joining them. It's a totally different. You have a judges, people are going to ask you. They are not really focusing on the body language or what. They want to know about the product. So that is much more on pitch presentation or business presentation. And you also have like solving challenges. For example, you want to meet your supervisor. Supervisor asks you, okay, you have 3 minutes, 5 minutes, present to me. Of course, in this kind of presentation, you're not going to mention, okay, my introduction today is my literature review. No, you directly goes to your results. You mention to your supervisor, this is the results, this is the issues, this is the solution that I suggested. What do you think? So it depends. Or it can be a speech that you want to inspire your audience. For those in motivational, industry. So they might have a different way of presentation. They might use a lot of engagement with the audience, right? So my presentation much more on focus on research, and I did not really focus on online because online has a specific ways. I myself not very good in online presentation. This is meant for face-to-face, but inshallah, if any things that I want to share or I want to add, I will add. And I will welcome later on when we open up question and answer, you might give your opinion because I consider this as a sharing. I am your alumni, I'm your PG students. Last time I done my PG studies, I've been there and I done that, inshallah. Now let us proceed. So I'm going to share to you the 9 tips. This is wrong. This is 10. 9. 9 tips. But on the camera, I'm not sure whether it's saying 9 or not. Okay, 9, right? Inshallah, I hope that these 9 tips can benefit us a lot, right? So ladies and gentlemen, when we are talking about giving a presentation, definitely we need to prepare. But unfortunately for me, I just prepared last night because I was very occupied these weeks. In Kuantan, we have bioscience seminar last few days. But since I already gave this talk before, so alhamdulillah, not very much tough for me. But let's say you are being given a certain topics and you want to present, definitely you need to prepare. So one of the preparation is that you must have the information about the audience. That is why I'm keep, asking Brother Amir, pushing him, who are the audience? How many people are going to come and etc. Right? Although this is Taaruf, of course, Taaruf we are looking for the new students, right? But sometimes our mind, we need to know the audience. Similarly, you need to know the audience. How do you know the audience? Number one, you know who are going to be there. Is it local or international? Is it male or female? Is there non-Muslim or Muslim? Because you must tailor your presentation to the audience that are going to come for your lecture. At least you must know what are the level of knowledge that they possess. If you're talking to the children, it's different. In schools, it's different. You're going to the university, it's different. So depending on the audience that with you, then you tailor your presentation to them. Right? And second thing is that you must know what expectation they believe, what expectation you want to gain from them, what they expect you to present. Like in academics, you have teaching plan, you have learning outcomes. Similarly, are you expecting them when they listen to you, they grasp everything that you say? It's not like a lecture in the classroom where you bombard some of the academicians, they bombard a lot of information, right? And we couldn't process it. That's why I mentioned only 9. I can mention about 19, but I don't think you can learn about it. 9 is more actually. I can make up to 5 if I want, but at least I try to make it easy for us to understand. But the thing is, we need to target what we want to achieve. For example, if you are talking on a particular field, a particular subjects, you're talking about certain topics, what extent you want to go and stop. But let's say some people on the audience, they are more, they are less, some of them are experts, some of them are layperson. So you need to assess which one is the majority part. Right? Which one is the majority part. And we're going to mention further later on. Then you must think, how can your topic relevant to them? You were talking about a talk, they asked you to talk about extraterrestrial life, aliens. And the topic is more towards pregnant women. So we're thinking, what is the connection between pregnant woman and alien? Do you think it's interesting for them to know? Then there's no connection. So when people are not interested with your topics, they won't give attention. They won't give your attention. That is why we really need to assess our audience. So before I go further, second things, ladies and gentlemen, I just mentioned here, part of the preparation of giving your talk. Sometimes physical appearance does matter. A lot of people say that don't judge the book by its cover. Right? Having said that, are you expecting a person to come to you without wearing clothes? No, right? Definitely. When a person comes to you wearing slippers, with the improper attire, your judgment already starts negatively. Now, when we say that physical appearance does matter, doesn't mean that you need to buy expensive clothes. No. at least a decent clothes, following the rules of the places that you go, and that is good enough. At least people are going to judge based on people have some trust to listen to you. Although we know in the hadith mentioned, Inna Allah la yanduru ila ajsamikum wala ila suwarikum walakin yanduru ila qulubikum wa a'malikum. Right? The hadith mentioned that Allah will not look upon those people, their physical appearance, but Allah will look upon His taqwa. But this Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, our supreme God. But we're talking about human beings who do not have any knowledge. They have some biases, right? And it happens. Similarly, you go to library. If you go to the library, you want to find the books. Definitely you're going to judge the section, right? You don't go to the religious study, or you don't go to the economic section to find geology books. Right? Usually we judge the book by its cover, unless there is a circumstances that you're going to change that. So the point to be taken here is that when we do our presentation later on, the proposal presentation or even online presentation, at least try our best to be in a good condition, to be in a good way of presenting ourselves, so that people don't really dismiss you based on what you are appearing in front of them. Then we go to the third one. MashaAllah, it's very fast now. The third part, which is structured your presentation. No, when we mention about structure your presentation, which means you have the intro, you have the body, and you have the conclusion, right? Let's say you want to give a talk about 1 hour, or you want to present your proposal presentation later on about 20 minutes. Of course, you have the list of content. But the problems in many PG students, they structured your presentation, but yet they read their slides. This is the problem. I'm the examiner of many of my masters, even my PhD students. The thing is, we don't like students to read the slides. You can put certain stuff there, certain points, make it less verbose. You can put references, yes, but you explain what you understand. Because the examiner or the person going to listen to you, they already have your thesis, your proposal, etc. They can read there, but they want to know what you understand, when you are writing something. So in this case, what you can do is that you write, if you are able to write the points, or you try to read it by yourself, or you try to listen to yourself when you are presenting, so it will make your articulation become better, right? Rather than reading the slides. Usually what they will do is that they put a slide at the back, they start reading like this, and as if they are talking to the slides, you know. If you start doing this, the examiner or the person going to listen to you become not interested. If they don't become interested in the first 30 seconds or first 1 minute of your presentation, they might leave your presentation. Or they don't understand your presentation. And once they don't understand your presentation, they will ask, sometimes they will ask silly questions because they do not know what to ask because they don't understand your presentation, right? So in order to make your presentation better, you structure it and you have certain techniques. I have, alhamdulillah, certain techniques as well, but usually I tested the students, but online is a bit difficult for me to do, right? It's a very difficult. I don't think I will do it here, but usually in the session face-to-face, there's one activity that I do with the students. Yeah, but it's very difficult because you are coming from different background, different places. I don't think I can do it here. But inshallah, if Allah allows, in other settings, we might do a face-to-face. There's a certain way of you arranging your points, right? Arranging your point. Besides, you have the PowerPoint to support you, but yet you have the mental picture what you are going to present. So that in that case, let's say anything happens, you still have everything in your mind. And of course, when you conclude your presentation, you must conclude in a certain ways. Either it's a high note or you throw out questions. So depending on your presentations. Now, the fourth. Now we are already entering the presentation. Of course, if you are in a setting of physical, there's a certain ways how you adjust your mind, how you place yourself. No, you have a stage, right? But of course, when they give you dedicated rostrum, right? You use that particular dedicated rostrum. You need to know what kind of mics are given to you, right? Is it wireless or without wire? Is it the one that attached to your ear and etc.? So you need to know this, because it will disrupt your presentation if you don't know this. If you have a rostrum, right, you can bring your own laptop, that's fine. If let's say without rostrum, you allow you to move, there's a certain way of you to move on the platform. You cannot every time start talking, you start moving around. You know? When you are talking, you throw some questions, engagement question. While they are answering, you can move to one section and get the answer. You don't give question, what do you think, and you start moving around. You don't even allow that person or audience to think about that question, then it's not going to be beneficial. There are certain ways of doing this, right? And when you are on the stage, a lot of people are having nervousness. It's normal. Our nervous system, you're not feeling nervous at all, then you need to check your nervous system. Of course, the endorphin, the dopamine, all of these neurotransmitters and hormones are working in your brains. It makes you nervous when you are in the stage, especially talking about thousands of people, or maybe somebody inside are very, really know the stuff you are doing. This is normal. But ladies and gentlemen, I always think like this. All of these people, they are yet people like you, right? Nothing can deter your presentation except Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Always think that way. Think that they are your friends, your colleagues. The worst case scenario, inshallah, you're not going to die during the presentation, right? Inshallah. So if that kind of business is not going to kill you, so nothing harm going to happen to you, inshallah. So just present, enjoy the presentation. But of course, the way you hold the mic, usually the way I do is that for the first 10 seconds, you'll feel a lot of nervous. So what you do is that you take some time to adjust the mics, see the proper posture, you adjust the laptop, so that with all of these settings, you feel more comfortable. Look upon the audience, don't rush. Don't running away on the mic and start grabbing the mic and start talk. Please, relax, you still have time. You still have time. Observe the audience, go one round, still left and right, be comfortable, and then start your presentation. After you're feeling comfortable. That is with the mic attached on the rostrum. If not attached to the rostrum, you have like a moving mic, then you can choose a specific place on the stage and you can able to start your presentation. Now the question is that, what do you start? There are many ways of starting your presentation. Number one is that you can start with the statistics. This is, for me, I like this. For example, here I put one particular word. According to a 2023 study by Harvard Business Review, companies using AI marketing strategies saw 40% increase. For example, in my case, in science, usually I quote WHO or according to global burden of disease. But you must tailor it to the audience. For example, if I mention 50% in the world today suffer from low back pain, that means inside this hall, 1 out of 2, half of us here might suffer from low back pain. And you start looking at the person beside you. Right? So the thing is, you try to tailor your presentation, your starting point to the audience. If you do this, then the audience think your presentation related to you. Or if you're not doing this, that's fine. But if the audience thinks, what topic is this, not related to me, so they don't really give attention. But unless your topics are very interesting, very novel, very important, very pertinent, yes, they will give attention. But using data and statistics, it makes your research, it makes your presentation better. But make sure you need to double check your data, the credibility or the authenticity of your data. The second part is that some students or some good presenter, they start with a story. You know. It reminds me of yesterday, when we have a bioscience seminar. There's one professor from US, Prof. Omar, was giving some anecdotes. He was talking about the theory of evolution, right? We know that theory of evolution doesn't mean that we are evolving from monkeys, no. Which means that we and monkeys having the same common ancestor. That's the correct understanding, right? Not that you go to the zoo. Here we have zoo in Zoo Truntung, right? You start meeting monkeys and saying, hi, brothers. No, you're not going to do that, right? But the point here is that we and the monkeys thought to be the same, coming from the same ancestors, theory of evolution. So Prof. Omar started with an anecdote. A girl asking the father, father, where we come from, right? Where we come from. So the father said that, no, we are coming from the theory of evolution. Our ancestors, blah, 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 was talking like, okay, she understood that. Then now she start asking the mother, mother, where do we come from? And the mother said, no, we are coming from Adam and Eve, the first human creation by Allah. Now she got confused. She asked the father said, we are Homo sapiens, Homo Neanderthals, blah, 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 blah. But we asked the mother said, we're coming from Adam and Eve. So the mother said that is your father's side. That is your father's side, So he started with that kind of anecdotes to make it more interesting when you want to talk about theory of evolution. So a lot of students, they start with different types of anecdotes, different type of stories. For example, some involved in the cancer study. So they was talking about, my mother, imagine your mother suffering from a cancer, right? He started doing that. So in this case, for example, a struggling single mother had a manuscript rejected 12 times. I couldn't see this, the text after that. Okay. She refused to give up until a small publisher finally gave her a chance. Today, that manuscript is worth 25 billion. I want to ask the audience here. Can you guess who is the single mother? Can you type it on the chat? I want to see the chat box.
I know, but I don't want to tell.
you cannot, Faiz. You cannot. Let us ask others. Anyone can guess? Oh, it's easy. It's easy, mashallah. So it seems like difficult for me, easy for you. And that manuscript is? Who can answer? I think next time PG office should give a prize, Yes, Sister Natasha, Harry Potter. So you start with these things, then you can, depending on your research, maybe you do some studies on single mother. You do this study on the economic status of a single mother. You can start with this kind of anecdotes, this kind of stories. But there's a caveat here. I noticed some of the students, because they take this point is mentioned everywhere when you're talking about presentation. But what happens is that sometimes they become overreacted. They try to make an emotional connection. That is why I put that genuine emotional connection, not fake, not made up. This is not a story competition, Not a story competition. You start, crying in front of. I saw this is like in 3-minute thesis competition. Some of the students, they cry and they said, okay, if it is genuine, it's okay. But if you made up and every time you present, you're crying, then people start thinking this is like a fake. We don't need this, right? A lot of anecdotes, stories, genuine emotional connection can be done. For example, yesterday, when we talk about the symposium of Islam and Bioscience, I put 2 anecdotes. One of the anecdotes I mentioned is that one person, he goes to the judge and say to the judge, oh my Lord, and this person committing a crime. He went to the judge, convicted, going to get the sentence. But the judge, he said to the judge, oh judge, this is not my fault. This is the genes in that control my action. No, I'm referring to the genetics. I'm not referring to gene Islam or gene kafir. No, that one's different. That one is spiritual. We're talking about genetics because there's an issue of genetic determinism in which whether your genes control your behavior, right? Whether your genetics actually cause you to have an aggressive behavior. And there's a study we mentioned on that. So what happened is that we start with that kind of anecdotes because we want to show scientific evidences and moral obligation. We want to study that. So you can start with this. Rather than put your background with a lot of information and yeah, you can do that, but at least make it more interesting and make it more relevant to your audience. Next. Now, ladies and gentlemen, when you are going to present a topic, this is my view. And because when we try to evaluate the presentation, we really don't like a lot of verbose words on your slides. No, make it simple, make it more engaging, right? Make it simple, make it more engaging. But of course, in research proposal, you're not going to ask your examiner, what do you think? No, no. Sometimes your examiner doesn't like it, right? Fine. But make it simple in such a way that you have all the complicated things on your written part, but when you're presenting, make it simple. Make it simple so that they can understand and they can appreciate better. Because when you make it simple, it shows to you, if you are able to simplify the hard things and make it people understandable, mashallah. And let's say they have more questions to ask, allow them. Then when you are answering the questions, you can go for details. Go for details. But here I just want to mention about sometimes students, they like to make their research, they like to trivialize the research. Oh, my research is not good. It's like only no. The thing is, you don't overboost, overconfident with your research to the extent that my research is first in the world. No one are able to replicate it. No, that is not science. Science means you are able to replicate the particular study, right? Or you degrade your study. Don't do that. Present as it is. Allow criticism, allow comments, but don't overconfident and don't trivialize it. Another thing, when you are presenting, ladies and gentlemen, you are not stand-up comedian. Right? You are not taking you start making jokes and examiner don't laugh, people don't laugh, you laugh yourself. Right? Oh, it's not funny. Fine, again. You can here and there you can put some jokes because some people are natural jokers, not natural jokers. I'm not going to say that word. I mean, they are natural humor. We can make natural humorous statements. That is fine, but be careful. Certain statements are sensitive, especially in different culture and different race. You are making jokes, people felt offended, right? You laugh yourself. So it doesn't worth to do that, right? And plus, you're not making jokes every time. You're not stand-up comedians. You can make jokes a little bit there, here, because according to research, after 20 minutes, if your presentation not going to be good, I'm not sure now, I'm already reaching 20 minutes. So you're not focusing, you start sleepy and etc. You start looking at the phone, start talking to your friends, suddenly you're gone. In that case, you can do something, engagement, etc. Like the one I did just now, you ask, response for online presentation. Usually my students, I say to them in few minutes, I'll ask, get ready. So they will get ready, But some of them just open up their mic, not even the mic, the picture. And the picture is smiling to you every time. So you don't know whether this person actually exists or not. Suddenly you call their name, they don't respond. But I have a husnuz on. Maybe he went to the toilet. He couldn't reply. So that's the challenge of online presentation. But yet, when you are in face-to-face, so you need to analyze your audience. Too much humor is not good. Too very stiff presentation, then it will make your audience to get bored and not going to have attention to you. That's number 5. Let's go proceed. Now, this is for me, the most important part. When we discuss about body language, there's a good book by Dr. Albert Merhabian on non-verbal communication. So based on his studies, he mentioned that the element of communication, as we can see, 55% is body language. 55% are body language. 38% the voice and the tone that you use. Right? For example, today, if I start to present elements of personal communication by Dr. Albert. Now, if I start doing that from the early part, I think you will die you will bore to death listening to my presentation. But I'm changing my voice notes. At least we have some attention. But of course, in online, it's a bit difficult to do body language, right? But when you have face-to-face, you need to really know what kind of body language. For example, I couldn't stand here. If I stand, you cannot see me. But the thing is, when you are in presentation, when you are placed on the stage, always open your hands. Always open your hands. I always ask tell my students, always open your hands. Don't keep in the pocket. You are not like casual, unless you are like a casual meeting or a proper presentation to show your confidence. Your hands are only in the middle, always open. And you start explaining things. Right? That's number 1. Second thing is that the gestures, if you are using numbers, for example, If you mention 3, mention 3. Don't mention 3. This is not 3. This is like 7 now. Right? When you mention 3, put it 3 properly. Right? Yeah, 2 things. Don't these 2 things, then people will think what is he's doing now. 2 or 10. No, but the Faiz is looking at his fingers. Your fingers fine, but the Faiz. So in the end of the day, the proper way of doing it. Sometimes you can put it like 8. So people will give attention. And next, the eye contact. Eye contact needs some training, because sometimes a lot of people, some of them are having a good eye contact. When you are in the audience, let's say like for example, you have 30 or 40 students or audience, you can look every one of them so that they feel important, they feel part of the presentation. But let's say your husband or your wife coming to your presentation, you always look to your husband and look your wife and you start smiling. You're not presenting to him or her alone. You are presenting to the whole audience. So make all people important. But sometimes we couldn't control. There are in the audience that someone we don't like, right? But at least we try our best always to turn our eyes around the hall, but in a certain pace. Don't always do like this. You're not making zikir or making making zikir in the stage. But here is that my point here is that appreciate the audience. Eye contact is very important. That is why for presentation wise, it is best not to read your speech. Some of them, they put some cards to remember the points. Okay, fine. Some might use phones. But in the end of the day, if you have less contact of eyes to the audience, then they are not going to see you. You're not going to see them. So the presentation, who are going to listen? Husnul Zon, maybe the Malaika. Right? Then, coming back to the body language, the way you put your hands, the way you present yourself. Of course, there are ways of asking questions. When you ask people, raise your hands. So raise your hands means you are raising your hands first. So how many of you, if you do like this, people are not going to raise hands. If you are trigger them to raise hands, then they start to raise hands. So I want to see some hands here. How many? Okay, then people are start going to give response. But of course, you need to limit that to few times. If you every time you give statement and you start, how many people are start bored now? How many times I want to raise my hands? Now I better for me to raise my legs. And so be careful. And the problem with body language as well, if too much body language, then it's not a presentation anymore. It becomes like a storytelling. You know, like satu hari kancil berjalan kan, for example kan. So you are start making like a story. So this is something, of course, this need a training, need a lot of watching good speakers for us to learn. I still got another, I will try to finish it in 5 minutes, inshallah. I got another 3, inshallah. Now, ladies and gentlemen, talking about data. We talk about data presentation. This is my students. I like the way he presented. What he did is that, very simple. And this is undergraduate students, FYP students, final year project. So you can see, he was talking about level of KAP. KAP means knowledge, attitude, and perception on economics principles. So you can see here, based on his data, he reported 56.2 poor practice, poor level of practice. So on the right side is the literature review, right? He put it in this way. So I now see that, oh, okay, he compares it with the previous studies. Very easy to see. Very easy to see. So this is depending on your supervisor. The point here is to be taken that make your data easy to understand. Present it appropriately. If you're using a trend, using a line trend, if you are using a trend, better to use line graph. If you are putting like a frequency percentage, you have a pie chart. If you are just comparing like this one, you can use a bar graph. So in the end of the day, you must know how to present your data appropriately. And like another example, but this is a little bit verbose. I don't have time last time to correct this. But at least to show that when you have a limitation in your study, directly after that limitation, you give a suggestion how to recommend. So when you put it in one slide, what good thing is that it's easy for you to explain. And it makes easy as well for the audience or for the examiner or for your supervisor to give comment. because you put it on one slide. But be careful when you put a lot of things in one slide, it becomes difficult. Then it goes to the 881, which is the proper visual aids. Now, why visual is important? Because a lot of people, they like to see graphical things. And the most difficult part for me, especially in science-based, is to explain methodology, because methodology is verbose. So what we do is that we just put graphical figure and you just put number, make it easy. If let's say they go for technical part, you are ready with the written part. If they ask more, like for example, how many grams you put, right? What kind of sample you use, and stuff, the details are ready with you. But in terms of presentation, make it easy to understand. Like for me, this is the undergraduate level, but for me, I like it so much because it's easy. You can see the study design, you can see the sampling method, you can see the collection, you can see how many people have been selected for the study. So based on this, it allows us to see the overall picture. The overall picture. So visual aids are very important. And ladies and gentlemen, now we got a lot of softwares, a lot of like Canva. I myself not very good in Canva. I'm still the old traditional PowerPoint, but of course not the old one using OHP projector. Like I still remember my physiology lecturer. He was like using OHP projector and start drawing. No, we're not in that generation, but yet I'm still in PowerPoint presentation wise. But now a lot of students are using Canva. Canva got a lot of good templates. You can learn about it. The thing is not to make your presentation like fancy presentation, but yet when you have a graphical image, it looks interesting. Rather than you bombard everything with words and you're reading the slides, you are making people dying or listening to you. And if you are not humor, like me, not that humorous, then you are people not going to appreciate your presentation. So finally, the nines, which is very tough. Even I'm having difficulty with this. See, now it's already 10:50, almost. I'm going to leave for question and answer another 10 minutes. But estimating time is very, very, very important. So you expect, let's say you are going to present 30 minutes. You're going to present 30 minutes. Do you put 120 slides? So you estimate 1 minute for slide. You start scrolling. No, it's not good. It's not good for your eyes, not good for yourself. And if you're using Prezi is a good software. Prezi is good for zooming in and out. But if you are using that, then you start zooming in, zooming out. People are going to die looking at your slides, right? So what happens is that if you are looking for 1 hour presentation, 25 slides or 20 slides maximum. It depends. Some slide you just want to show, some slide you want to explain. So if you want to explain, at least 3 minutes one slide. So when you estimate your time properly, then you give the presentation and it looks good, which means like no transition so much. No transition so much. So people can appreciate better. So these are the 9 tips that I share to you, which I believe, I hope, inshallah, I do justice to the topic. Of course, I do not consider myself a very good presenters, but at least I try to share the tips with all of the students here. Inshallah, I might see you in 3-minute thesis. They always call me to become the judge. But alhamdulillah, at least not for the research presentation only, but later when you go to industry, you go to academics, you are able to articulate your points in better form, right? And I got a lot of questions. People say that, how are you going to make your language better? Ladies and gentlemen, for myself, my own experience, I become a better English speaker when I was in STPM, Form 6. Just recently. Some of you are like natural born speakers, right? But the idea is that read a lot, and listen to a lot. You can choose one speaker that you like so much, you can understand the pronunciation, listen always. So you might get the usloop and train yourself. With that, inshallah, you can get better in presentation. Okay, Brother Faiz, I think I stop here. I got another 10 minutes allowed for question and answer. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Doctor. I think you're a bit too humble lah. You're more than qualified to give the talk for this speech. Okay, I think, and also I think to add, if I was informed that inshallah the next 3 MT competition will be held around May.
MashaAllah.
So for those of you who I think like new students, you probably be a bit scared of wanting to join 3MT at the first place, but you can come and watch. I think I'm not mistaken, Brother Amir, do we have the 3MT contest physically this year? Yeah, okay. Okay, no more online 3MT, all physical. So if you want to see your colleagues, your seniors to speak, to deliver their research, inshallah you can join the 3MT competition. Okay, so we are now moving to the Q&A session. So all of you who have questions, please do either, if you want to unmute yourself, please raise your hands. Or if you don't want to, you shy, you can please put your question in the chat box. Although if I can add to Dr. Yusuf's point, I think like you will be a better speaker if you speak more. As well.
Speak more fruitful things.
Yeah, speak more fruitful things. Don't
Yeah.
speak needlessly.
Yeah.
Alright, okay, so we have a question from Brother Naim. Salam doctor, can you
Salam.
suggest some tips when answering questions from panel of examiners during research proposal defense and viva examination?
Masya Allah, this is a very good question. Taaruf week, he was
Yes.
asking about Viva.
Betul
Masya
lah.
Allah.
Already asked for
It shows
viva.
that the plan. Very
Proposal
good.
not set.
This is beyond milestone Ganchat, you know. This is like a very good, Masya Allah, very good question. Actually, to do this, we need to have a certain workshop. But I make it very, very easy based on my own
Okay.
experience. Yeah? Because a lot of people have different experience. Number one, when you are listening, when examiner comments to you, don't argue. Don't argue with them. When they ask you, you just, okay. When they comment, you just take it. Although sometimes you feel that the examiner might ask a totally out of context question, that is fine. Unless he allows you to explain, you explain. Don't engage in argument with the examiners. Unless like there's a dire need for you to respond. Maybe he was showing that you are doing dishonest in your research and you felt compelled to answer, then yes, you should answer. Or if it's like a minor comments, minor formatting, then in that case you can answer, you just leave it. Because many of the examiners, when they comment, usually they want to correct you. They want to correct you and they want to make it better. They give you a constructive criticism, right? Constructive criticism. You listen it, you take it good. Either you agree or disagree, you put aside. Okay, that's number one. Second thing is that understand the questions properly. You know, sometimes students do. I went to my students just finished, and I can see that sometimes the students are not really understood the question. So the way is that you might ask the panel to, ask again, or you might contextualize, which means, okay, sir, this doctor means that your question is about this is this. Make it, because sometimes they give long comment, like, twisting comments, and you do not know where's the question. But okay, then you ask, make it clarification, make it like summary, so that people can, you are and him or her are in the same wavelength. Because the problem is that when you are answering differently, then the impression become low. Sometimes, for example, they will ask you, for example, in football, why Manchester United win? Or because Liverpool lost? That's not the answer. You should explain why. But they just do the opposite. That's not an answer. Okay? Or maybe a different way. He was asking about A, you was discussing about B, which is totally different context. And you are very, when he wants to stop you, don't allow it. Don't do that. Right? Okay, that's pertaining to the research proposal defense. And of course, in proposal defense, you must acknowledge, because when you start your work, you do not know what's the extent you want to stop, right? And of course, and they are going to ask you, they're going to see a lot of angles, and it's okay. Proposal defense is the way for you to learn. And I can confirm you, inshallah, by the end of your PhD or masters, you might change a lot of things based on what you propose. You might add up more, you might modify, and etc. Because you see new things are coming, right? New things are coming. So that is fine. But for Viva, it's a bit different. Viva got a lot of things, a lot of tips. Viva, for example, you don't blast everything in your presentation, right? Especially methodology, you're going to mention and brief, and sometimes you leave out certain things to you are triggering the examiner to ask, because your answer is very good. Right? Yeah, of course, there's a tips of that. Tips of that, because sometimes because when you take that in the presentation, it take time. It might take 5 minutes to explain that, and it will take all of your time. So what you do is that you just mention it briefly, and you allow the examiner to ask during the session. So this is like very brief, very brief. We might have a different session to just go through all of the defense and Viva examination, inshallah. I hope that answers the question.
Inshallah. I think that answers a lot. And also, like the doctor said, we need a full workshop. We need to have a full workshop series for research proposal and
Yeah, I would
Viva.
suggest PG office to do that for Viva
mm,
preparation, proposal defense. You can ask a lot of scholars at IUM to do that, to give tips,
Okay.
inshallah.
All right. So if the 133 participants here today wants CPS and PGSS to conduct such workshop, okay, how many of you want? Please raise up your hands. Okay, only 1%. Oh, okay, 2%. Okay, how many of you want? Okay, if we get 70 hands up, we will do the proposal today.
MashaAllah. Allah.
Let's see. MashaAllah. See, this is what we want. Okay, we have a lot of support. Yalah, if we want to do a workshop, we want participants, kan? Okay, we don't want to do workshop and then
I
like
think
no one
it's
come,
unique
kan?
because I don't really see many universities doing that. Like a Viva
Ah,
tips. Maybe they have it. I'm not sure. In UAE, I don't see. MashaAllah.
okay, let's be the pioneer. All right, okay.
MashaAllah.
Okay, Badar, come. Let's go. Let's do it. Okay. Proposal for workshop. Okay. All right. Okay. Any other questions before we move on to the next session? We have another 2 minutes. Anyone?
Sorry,
Okay. Who's unmuting?
Shakira. Can you hear me?
Oh yes, we can hear you.
My
Where?
inquiry about the 3MC program.
Uh,
Is it for all students or just undergraduates? Is it paid program or what?
Hello. Sorry. Who's speaking right now? Cannot see lah.
I'm Shakira Tudu. Can you see me?
Oh, Shakira. Okay. You can proceed.
So I was asking if the 3MC program is for all students and is it a paid program or it's free? So I'd like more details about it.
So your question is whether the 3MT is for all students?
Yes.
Dr. Yusuf, do you want to answer the question?
Is it paid or free?
Yeah, usually what this is open for all, but of course it's on different categories. Last time they have the science and technology, social science, and I think they got engineering. Yes, but the only thing is that if you're doing face to face, then sister, if you are not in Malaysia, I'm not sure whether you are able to attend. But if you're doing online, yes, all of you can attend. But for me, of course, I prefer face to face. But depends to the. I'm not sure who's the national, because there's a step. If you win first, you need to start with your own kuliah first. So when you win in the kuliah, you will go for the national. The university level. You are going to between the kuliah. Then when you win that, you're going to represent the university for the national level. And if you win that, you're going to represent the country to. Usually they do it in Australia. So if you win that and you are able to, there are a lot of things. Yeah. During my time, alhamdulillah, I won the national level, but they choose the other person from engineering from other universities, because sometimes the consideration of topic, because you're going to represent Malaysia, right? Of course, the top, when the speakers are alhamdulillah both are almost equal, then we look upon the topics. But of course, they give you the prize money is quite decent, mashallah, alhamdulillah. And it's good for me. I'm thinking that the way you present is much more important rather than the remuneration that they give, inshallah.
Thank you for that.
Okay, don't worry, Sister Shakira. Inshallah, like we'll have we'll probably record the 3MT competition, so you can also, if you want to, you can also look in YouTube. I
Yeah.
think there's plenty of 3MT competition for your reference if you want to see how it works. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So thank you so much, Dr. Yusuf, for spending your time for teaching us on how to present effectively. Inshallah, we will succeed in our postgraduate studies,
Amin.
and we will have improved. I think we already improved our presentation skill through
Inshallah,
your
hopefully, amin.
talk just now.
Thank you very
Inshallah.
much. Okay.
Thank you so much, Dr.
Assalamualaikum
Yusuf.
warahmatullahi.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. All right, everyone. Thank you so much for being with us still. If just now we've learned about presentation skill, about presenting our research, about making ourselves more presentable and much more effective with regards to delivering information from our research to the audience. So now we focus on the writing part. See, we focus on the writing part with regards to our research. And for that, we have again another highly qualified speaker for our session with regards to say regarding research proposal. The title of the session would be Strategies for High Impact Research Proposal and Mastering Grant Writing. So without any further ado, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Muhammad Raisuddin Khan from Kuliah of Engineering IIUM. Doctor, are you there? Huh?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam, Professor. Okay, Professor, the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you very much.
Also, again, I'd like to say the audience, if you have any questions or thoughts, you can put it in the chat box. At the end of the session, usually we'll have Q&A. So during the Q&A, if, for example, you don't want to type, you want to speak up, just raise up your hands. Okay?
Can you see my screen?
Not yet, sir.
Not yet. About?
Not yet, sir.
Not yet.
Okay.
Now?
Yes, I can see it. Okay.
Can?
All right, can. All right. Okay, that's good, sir.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So,
Waalaikumsalam.
thank you, CPS, for inviting me to share my experiences. And welcome to our postgraduate students to this session. So let's see how we start postgraduate studies. So here, let me first introduce to the outline today. So first, introduction to research proposal. Elements of research proposal, which are basically introduction, problem statement, objectives, research scope, research philosophy, literature review, research methodology, research outcome, Gantt chart, and references. So this topic today is for writing research proposal, both for your degree and for research grant. There is a minor difference between this writing, what the grant awarding agencies look for and what the degree awarding agency that the university looks for. There is a minor difference. These main difference is basically in the literature review. In case of the grant awarding authority, they don't want very long literature review. They want a very brief literature review which highlights exactly what is the state of the art. And in case of the universities, they look for a quite detailed literature review. They want to see the depth and breadth of your search. That is because we are imparting knowledge to you, so we want to know depth and width of the spectrum. Okay, now before we begin our journey, we have to plan what we want to go for this journey. That is, we have to choose a topic. That's the area. Okay, you can have a topic in economics, topic in engineering, topic in medicine. This is the first item you have to choose. And then when you come to this topic, then you have to find the research title. Selecting the topic, basically specific topic of one you calls. I'm from engineering, so most of the terminology will be engineering. But I believe these are understandable. I'm not going any very unusual engineering terminology. So robotics, everybody understands what is robotics. I'm also a robotics guy here. Okay. So when we come for specific topics, say robotics, okay, we come to specific topic, automation. But what robotics you want to do, that leads you to the research title. And where you get this title? There are few approaches. Basically, we think about two of these approaches. One is my own interest. As a student, I am interested in robotics. Okay, this is the topic. And on this topic, I want to come up with a research title. And once you have the research title, the next steps actually go onwards are the research proposal and all these things. Okay. So when you come up with your own topic, most of the cases it is rejected. The main reason, you don't have enough background in the area, you didn't search enough. So what is the up-to-date research in this area? And the other thing, sometimes we don't have people to guide you in this area. So most of the cases, what survives? That is your supervisor's topic and title. So to choose the supervisor, you have to go to the website, because this is when you come as a fresh student, you don't know who is who. So basically what you can go to the website, you can search what are the researches these professors are doing, or you can give a specific search, you can find the lecturers in that particular university. So what are the areas they are dealing with? Then you approach either by email or physically. Then he will give you some guidelines. He will not give the title at the first place. In most of the cases, we don't give you the title at the first place. We will tell, okay, this is the area I work. I work on walking robots, human robots. So I'll tell, okay, can you just have some literature review on human walking gaits? Then you have to go and you have to come back. So this is the way you identify your supervisor, and at the end, they actually help you to choose the title. Okay, so we'll tell something later. So let me continue further. So at the first place, when you go for this introduction on research proposal, what is a research proposal itself? When should it be written? Who should write it? What are the elements of research proposal? A research proposal is a document containing complete aspects of the research prepared by the researcher or team of researchers. Okay. Team of researchers means when you are working together with your supervisor or supervisory committee, that is the team. Okay. So in general, it is a teamwork. It is normally prepared by a person or a team according to a format set by relevant agency. So this is very, very important. For our university, we have a template, so you have to follow that template to submit your research proposal. And if it is a research proposal of any grant awarding agency, they have their own format, so you have to follow their template. And there are also agencies, they don't give any specific template. In that case, you have the right to choose a suitable template for it. And once you have the research proposal, then it goes to an evaluating authority. So the evaluating authority will check these following items. So these are the items you have to highlight in your research proposal. Importance of the problem. The problem you are proposing, how important it is. State of the art. How much people has progressed and how much gap is existing in this area. Objectives, what you want to do, methodology, how you want to do, knowledge of the investigators. That is basically reflected what you are putting in your methodology, how you are putting your introduction, how you are putting your literature review. That is actually the indicator of your knowledge. Of course, there is another part of the knowledge which is actually assured in case of the grant awarding agencies. That is basically they look at your CV. When you come as a postgraduate student, generally we know what is your strength. You came with some CGPA, might have some research experience either through your final year project in your undergraduate, or if you are coming from a PhD, you have already done your master's. So from there, actually, we can evaluate or guess what is your strength. And in any research proposal, there is an item at the end, which is budget. When you submit the research proposal to the university, if university has the point budget, so you have to put the budget. If there is no budget, you don't need to put the budget. Of course, in case of grant awarding agencies, we are asking for budget, so we have to place the budget. Okay, and the timeline. So when you put a research proposal, you have to give a Gantt chart. In the Gantt chart, you have to show what are the activities you are going to perform, how long the different activities will take the time, and what is the total length of time you need to spend for this particular project. For your postgraduate studies, for master, generally we consider 1.5 to 2 years, this is regular. For PhD, generally 3 years to 3.5 years, that's the regular. So when you put your proposal, we put the proposal for masters, you can put for 2 years, it's okay. For PhD, you put for 3 years. Do not put for 3.5 or 4 years, okay? But for masters, 1.5 or 2, but put 2 years. That is basically, logically, it is well accepted. Outcome of the evaluation, of course, it is yes or no. Approval of the thesis title for awarding master's or PhD degree. So in case of the proposal you are submitting to the Kulliya, they will just approve your title. So when you say the title, this officially goes in the record. You will find these titles are appearing in your postgraduate system. But you have inside something, which were the objectives, problem statement, methodology. In a sense, those are also accepted. So you cannot shift much of the objectives. You are supposed to achieve those objectives to receive your degree. And in case of the grant awarding agencies, approval of the research grant, of course, if they accept, they will grant money against your proposal, and you have to use the money to conduct the research. Okay, so often as a postgraduate student, you need to work in both areas. First, of course, for your degree. Second, you learn and help your supervisor to achieve grants. And from that grant, also, you may get some portion for your research, if it's a continuation of a research. Of course, you are not going to do something completely new, which will be an extra burden for you. Project title. So when you choose the title, so project title is basically, it is the name, the total name of the topic. And what it contains the research area, subject matter, scope, methodology, benefit, like this. But we do not put all of them in the title. We put some of them in a nice way, which actually gives an impression that this is going to work, this person or the group of the people are working in this area, and they will give us this as outcome. So that is one of the important elements. And in case of the research grant agencies, most of the cases in the first screening, they don't go through your research proposal, just go through the title. If the title doesn't fit their requirement, they will simply reject it without going. Maybe the title is the topic is very good, you have well written, the rest of the items, it doesn't matter for them. For them, they will check first in the title. So the title is very important. In case of postgraduate proposal, it's important, but if you have mistake, they will fix it for you. There are examiners, they will actually help you. But in case of grant awarding agencies, generally they will not do anything, they will simply reject. So to choose a right title is also a headache. So you can check from the titles of some researchers. Okay, now the problem is sometimes we go to our library, we check our past thesis titles. Not necessarily all the titles they received A grades or they were very good. We don't know because the grades are not on this what is called thesis. It's not printed, it's not available. So I always recommend my students search the top university in the world. Okay, go to MIT, go to Harvard, look for their titles, and you frame up your titles in that line. It's free to get the title. Maybe the whole thesis you cannot get, but you can get their titles. Okay. Now, here I am just showing a few examples of titles. Titles should be a bit specific. It's not very specific because if you make it very specific, you are going to tie your hands. Okay, you have to fulfill all the requirements in the title. Otherwise, title needs to be changed. So the first one, development of a prosthetic thumb based on thumb tip force estimation is engineering. So this is to design a thumb. So those are not from the robotics or the science background. Just let me just tell a little bit. So you see our thumb is a very active finger. Many of the activities actually we use this thumb. So basically to make a artificial thumb, that is the target of this research. So it is to develop a thumb based on thumb tip force estimation. And there is a similar title which is not a development of a prosthetic thumb. So it's very open and general. It doesn't tell the basis, the method, but here is telling thumb tip force estimation. So it has some methodology involved here. Then fuzzy logic algorithm for temperature distribution control. Fuzzy logic algorithm is a very wide space. You cannot propose a title like that. You have to make it specific. Here, the fuzzy logic is being applied to temperature. Fuzzy logic, the way human works, good, not good. So that kind of way of feelings we can control devices. Then design of an intelligent level crossing control system using sound recognition system. You see the methodology is there. And the counterpart, design of an intelligent level crossing control system. It looks is acceptable, but no methodology is there. So it can go in any direction. And the last one you see research and development of vibration isolation using R&D ML demo. Research and development. Never put research and development in a title. Research and development is basically a department or a program. It cannot be your title. And when you go to literature search, often you will find, if you look at the last sentence, development of new novel algorithm or something, whatever, new and novel. These terminologies are often available when you see the publications. For them, it's okay, but when you are proposing your title for your degree or grant, avoid these two terms. It's not well accepted for your degree or what you call research grant. Investigator, supervisor, of course, we have to choose the right investigator and supervisor, as I said. And basically, the supervisor's area should be restricted to 1 or 2 areas. If you find someone is handling too many areas, then it is confusing. Okay, sometimes he might accept keeping in mind his another area thesis. Okay. Okay, now when we go to write the research proposal, as I said before, the first I have started with the topic and the title. Once the topic and title is finalized, then we go further. Now, there is an issue. When you write thesis or research proposal, actually, we cannot start from chapter 1. That is a headache. We actually start from chapter 2. Chapter 2 is the literature review. And most of the items from literature review actually comes in chapter 1. Okay. So that means after you receive the topic, your supervisor will engage you to the literature review. And after searching the literature review, actually you can finalize your title. So you see, even the title you cannot start from chapter 1. Okay. You still need to do the literature review. Based on your literature review and detailed analysis, specifically the research grant, then together with your supervisor or supervisory committee, you can come up with a proper title. So once the title is finalized, you continue the research further. It's not to select the title, you have to do the complete research. You can just do the last 5 years, 5 to 10 researches. From that, actually, you can find an idea what should be your title. So title selection, you don't need to go for 30, 40 topics. Okay. For PhD, generally, we go around 70 plus. For masters, 40, 50, like this. But it's not fixed yet, as long as you do not make your literature review chapter very big in your thesis. Okay, that is the restriction. But in terms of the numbers, there is no restriction, but don't support with 10 topic in your proposal. But for research grant, 10 articles support is okay if it is the latest and very relevant. But for your degree, they will always want to see, as I mentioned at the beginning, your depth and breadth of knowledge. So in that case, you have to show 20 plus in your research proposal. So in chapter 1, basically, we put these things, and these are the things mostly they will come from chapter 2. So this will get at the first place the introduction, which is basically a condensed form of your literature review. It's not the literature, it's a condensed form of literature review to make your examiner aware what are the current state of research in this area, what is the gap you are going to address, and what benefit this solution is going to bring about. So this is basically under introduction. And this introduction, in case of your proposal, it can be 1 page, 2 pages, like that, but just don't make an introduction of a small paragraph of 5 sentences. Okay, in that case, you cannot actually put those items which the evaluators are looking for. So that is the introduction. So from the introduction, we actually understand, so what is this area? So how important is this area? What is your specific problem? And what kind of benefit this solution of the problem is going to provide us. Okay, then we write the problem statement. So I'll talk about how to write a problem statement, objectives, research scope, research philosophy. In IIUM, research philosophy in the proposal is only for the PhD candidates. For masters, we do not require this. Okay, in the proposal. Okay, so this is the chapter 2. I mentioned already that you have to start actually from chapter 2. So in chapter 2, sometimes people just start straight away from what literature they are putting. But it is always nice to put an introduction even in the literature review chapter. You put one topic as in introduction. Under that introduction, you tell what you are looking for to find what gap. So people understand what this literature survey is going to present. So this is one thing. But if you go that way, so that is also accepted. So when you put a literature review for your research grant or research proposal, we do not limit it much, but we expect you should not make it more than 10 to 15 pages, this chapter. So in this chapter, we write the chronologically the history, how it starts from the past and what is the current state. And the purpose of literature review is basically to identify few elements that you are going to do a research. So what you need to do in case of research, you have to adopt some existing methods, or you have to come up with some new methods. So you need to know the existing well-accepted methods, which maybe you are using. So those are the methods you have to check. And you may also find some methods has got the flaws that we identify, and you come up with your new segment of your method. Then the instrumentation, how you collect the data. For in case of the research, we have two kinds of major variety of research. We call that qualitative research and quantitative research. In technology, science, and engineering, mostly the research are quantitative, but we have also qualitative research as well. So in case of qualitative research, your instrument is basically the questionnaire. And you have to learn how to set your questionnaire. And you have course research methodology compulsory for all the students. And over there, you can learn how to actually set the questionnaire. So this is your instrument. For the science base, they have the physical instrument. Okay, they have to come up with how to measure the current, how to measure the force, how to measure the voltage, how to measure the signal, so all these things. So they have to know in particular area what can be captured and what people failed to capture before. And that's the way they identify. And he has to identify the way the data is presented. Because data presentation has got its style depending upon the area. So that is also, you have to do the literature review. But in case of proposal submission, that is not important. Important the methodology, because you have to also present methodology in your chapter 3 of your research proposal. So at the end of the literature review, you have a concluding paragraph. Mostly we call it summary. In the summary, you have to tell what are the strengths of some of the theories, the methods, the what's called instrumentation, those, and what are the weaknesses and what are the gaps. So that list basically we put under the summary. And from this summary, actually, we come up with all the rest of the items. In this item, one of the things is the research problem. So now you use research problem in a format of writing a research problem. Okay. Then out of the problem, you have to come up with the objectives, how you approach the problem. Okay. So I'm going to present those items as well. Okay. So research problem, when we put as a problem statement, I have shown already in chapter 1, there is a topic called problem statement. So problem statement, it can be a single paragraph, it can be multiple paragraph. Okay, that means if it is a single paragraph, it is a single statement. Okay, and if it is a multiple paragraph, it is a multiple statement. That means if your coverage of research is quite wide, in that case, maybe you are covering 2 problems which are associated with each other. In that case, that may appear like. And each paragraph may consist of few sentences. But interestingly, because we have a rule of writing books and all these things, that is the rule that if you have a paragraph must have more than 1 sentence. But in case of a problem statement, it is not restricted. A problem statement can have only 1 sentence. You can express your problem statement just using a single sentence. You can use multiple sentences, there is no harm, but it is also accepted as a single sentence. And the statement must not be a description of the problem. Okay, so I have an example of what is a description of a problem and what is a statement. And the solution methodology will not be part of the problem statement. Hint of the solution will be there. And the hint of the outcome can be there. But if you do not put these things, still it is okay, as long as you show the problem, what problem is existing, without stating what benefit it is going to bring about. If you don't tell, there is no harm, as long as the problem statement is clear. Yeah. So here you can see the example of problem description and problem statement. On your left is the problem description. It is a wider list with justification, why not it is, all these things are there. But when we go, the whole thing, we just condense as a problem statement. Okay, in your problem description, you may have the multiple dimension of the problem. But when you go to make your problem statement, you mostly concentrate the problems you are going to address. The problems you are not going to address, do not put in the problem statement. Okay, otherwise people will be looking, your problem statement covers this, where is the solution? Okay, so don't put it. So if I just read one of few lines from the problem description, because it's lengthy. So you can see at the beginning, as a part of its R&D program to develop innovative highway and traffic surveillance and control system. You see, there are introduction in the problem statement, not necessarily any introduction. Then IIUM Corporation plans to develop an automated vehicle license plate. So it's description, introduction, many things. Then the end of the 4th sentence, currently license plate numbers are read manually from images of license plates captured by fixed video cameras overlooking highways and roads. Often the license plates are worn, dented, and spattered with mud and debris that partially obscure, etc., etc. But if we read the problem statement, you see it's very concise. And whatever is the problem, one of the key problem is addressed in the problem statement. The human capability of recognizing partially obscure license plate is not well. That's the problem. That is, out of this problem, now we have to go for the solution. This will lead to the solution. So solutions is basically the objectives. What will be the objectives? So we have to check the capability of human. If you want to check the capability of human, we need to come up with instrumentation, how we measure the human capability. Is it through questionnaire or is it through engineering instrumentation? All these things. How then we represent them? All these things. So this problem statement is leading us to the objectives. Okay. And there is another approach. Basically, when you study, you will find that it will raise some questions. why this is not like this, why this is like that. Okay, those we call the research questions. Answer to the research questions are basically the hypothesis. And based on the hypothesis, actually, we come up with the objectives. So that is a more formal approach of going to the objectives. So those will be taught under the research methodology course. And most of the students are supposed to take the research methodology course in semester 1. Okay, so examples, few of the statements here you can see. One is from the customer complaint. Customers complain that the battery in the portable drill of model particular brand loses its charges very quickly when it is not being used. So this is a problem. Okay, and now out of this problem, if you want to solve the problem, you have to come up with the approaches, how we go to solve this problem. Okay, so there can be questions. Why it loses? This is one question. How it loses, or what is the frequency of losing? That is another question. And to answer this, we have to set some answers. That is called hypothesis, but I'm not going to teach you research methodology here. Okay. Requirement: current windshield wipers are not effective and reliable. So this is a problem. Okay. So one title output can design of a more effective and reliable windshield wiper. Okay. So that can be a research title. And sometimes the problem statement can appear as a question as well. How well can humans recognize the characters on license plates when the surface of the plates is severely degraded by dirt and debris? Just the problem description before I have shown. So that can also lead to a problem statement like this. Objectives. The research objective is a statement of what the research is intended to achieve, expressing as an infinitive phrase. The research objective is a contract between the research team and management. Word carefully to avoid partial or total failure. Okay, when we propose your research proposal for research grant, objectives has to be very clear-cut and achievable, because at the end, you are answerable to the grant awarding agencies. So just do not put an objective which is not achievable at the end. Okay, but when you write your objectives for your thesis, still you try to put that you are achievable, but if it is a partially achieved, still it is accepted instead of not achieving at all. We call objectives make it smart, specific. Okay, so when you say specific, okay, it's a development of a method, measurable. We can measure what is, okay, you developed one method, two methods, attainable. That means it is doable. You don't go with something which is not attainable. So in science and engineering, there is a law called second law of thermodynamics. If you want to achieve anything violating second law of thermodynamics, it is never attainable. So if someone proposes something that in science and engineering, if you find it is violating second law of thermodynamics, we'll tell it's not attainable. Okay. And this is not the only reason for attainability. There are other issues. Sometimes the time frame. You want to do environmental impact, which may require a study of 10 years. You don't have a 10-year span for your degree. A research granting agency, it depends. Okay, if it is a government, very specific and special grant, maybe they can give for 10 years. But in most of the cases, they give 3 years. Realistic, that is, it is not just like a fantasy, those kind of things you do not put. And time frame, as I mentioned, that time frame when you are a master's, you come up with your proposal, which is doable within the time frame of 2 years. If it is a PhD, it is within 3 years plus, maybe a little bit. So example of objectives: to develop a sensorless anti-swing control algorithm for an automatic gantry crane system. So the objective is clear what this particular objective is. And out of the problem statement, generally we require 3 or more. So in some of the cases, the one objective comes out in very specific, but this number is very small. In most of the cases, 3 or more. But try to restrict to 3 to 4 objectives. Do not go for more than 4 objectives. Okay. Then the first is develop the sensorless. This is the development process. Second, to evaluate performance of the control algorithm experimentally. So same problem has been addressed with 2 objects. First part, they are doing some tasks, which has a theoretical foundation, which is a practical foundation, making something. And then they are conducting an experiment, whether it is giving the right performance. Okay. And once we set the research objectives, then we have to think about the research methodology. So what are the methodologies? Methodology is basically how the objectives will be achieved. Okay, these are actually methods. What is research methodology? It has its own definition, but it is a combination of methods, of course. How the objectives will be achieved. That means each of the objective, in most of the cases, it requires few methods. Okay, how to do the pre-processing, how to the data pre-processing we call, often in science and engineering. This is one of the requirements. How to do the data processing, then how to do the analysis, how to do the presentation of the data. Those are inside the objectives. Each objective needs a few methods for its achievement. Restatement of the objective is not acceptable as a methodology. This is the mistake often you make. You write the objectives, and under the methodology, you write it again. So that is not objective. That is not methodology. That is basically objective you are just telling again. Methods are basically what you are doing to achieve the objective. Okay, so I just give an example, very general. My objective is to go from UIA to KLCC. Okay, to go from UIA to KLCC. This is the objective. Methodology, I have to hire Uber and I have to pay the Uber and it will send me to the KLCC. So that is the method. Or if you drive yourself, okay, then you have to go to the parking lot, you start the car, you drive the car, follow this route or that route, and you reach the goal. So that is the difference between objective and methodology. A methodology flowchart needs to be presented in this section. When you present a methodology, you have to put a methodology flowchart. And in methodology flowchart, often students present the methods, whatever they have, just one after another. In research, because research by definition is research, searching again and again. So if you just say one after another the methods, these methods, when you are working, some of them will fail. Then you have to start from somewhere again. That means you have to go back somewhere. Okay, so we call the feedback. So in the methodology flowchart, we use the standard flowchart block items, and there must be some feedback. So that's the way we present that methodology flowchart. Expected outcomes. If you have a research, you will have some outcomes. So what are the outcomes? Okay, so in outcomes, often we find students are writing stories. Outcomes are not stories, just very specific. New theories. So you just tell it, one of the outcome is a theory to estimate the motion of falling objects in the free space. So that is the theory. Okay, if you say the F is equal to mg, that is the theory. That is one of the outcome. New technology. So a new wireless system which consumes very low energy. So that is the outcome. New algorithm. Algorithm is basically the sequence of the operations that you make. A new data set. Sometimes you say we are going to extract the running data set of sprint runners. So how they run, how they step, all this data. New method. To do the same thing, we have a new method, an easy and simplified method maybe. Okay, or difficult method, but very precise. Or in some of the cases, some new results. So these are basically the outcomes. So I'll show some examples in a real research proposal. Then a Gantt chart. Gantt chart is basically the activities. So here you can see it's a Gantt chart. So Gantt chart, the activities are basically the items of the methods. Whatever items you are taking in the methods, they are in the activity chart. And then you have that timelines, how many months you will take for a particular activity. That's the way you put it there. Some can have what you call okay, some can have overlapping. So, okay, you can see some can have overlapping, some can have sequences. But you go for research break, you take some leave and all these things, that is not acceptable. Okay, so generally you must have some continuity, but overlapping is also acceptable. Okay, then you have the references. Okay, for your references, you have to follow, basically the references come in, it can come in the methodology, it come in the, it of course will come in the literature review, and it also comes in the introduction in chapter 1. When you are introducing the key literature, you are supposed to also present in chapter 1. And chapter 2, of course, it will cover a lot of literature. And when you write in chapter 3, which is methodology, that will also cover few techniques to make it sure that is a well-accepted technique you are going to follow or use. In IIUM, we adopt APA format. So you have to know how to do the APA formatting. You can, I think the library helps you learn the Mendeley, so how to do the referencing. In that case, you can do the all kind of referencing because those are sometimes required for your publication purposes. Publication purposes, different conferences and journals, they are looking for different kind of referencing. So that you can do the same thing. You just can, if it is done in the Mendeley, you just can switch to any other one. It's very, very fast. And just I'm highlighting you one of the thing for this referencing. Sorry. So here you can see the when you write, it goes arrangement alphabetically. The last name come first, then there is a way of presentation. Okay, the year is the inside a bracket, and also it goes inside in the text. Okay, so let me now show you some examples. Okay, so this is a research proposal in engineering. You can see the research title. So this is generally submitted. It was submitted for the comprehensive exam, but it has all the components. It has some excess components. So excess components I will skip. So here, if you look at the proposals, we have the title. So if you look at the title is quite comprehensive. It is the methods and it has the purpose is there. Okay. Then if you go to the introduction, so in the background basically, the first few words you have to tell the general story. That's the way you write. So you see, in this case, what is basically he's doing? If you go to the title, this is the title: Hybrid Deep Reinforcement Learning and Evolutionary Computation for Multi-Report Cooperative Exploration. So those are not in the science. Even many science people also is not in this area. So deep learning is an artificial intelligence area where you can make software, we call it agents, software agents, to learn something depending on our requirement. So in this case, it is the target is the multi-report cooperative exploration. So if multiple robot is doing some mapping. So UI, we want to map with 10, 15 robots. It can be, when you tell the multi-robots, in most of the cases, mobile robots. This is the terminology accepted in engineering. Okay, so that is the purpose. So if you look at the first sentence, it's very general. The quest for efficient exploration. You see, these terms is available in the title. Exploration by mobile robots in unknown territories remains a pivotal goal, encompassing critical factors such as mapping accuracy, coverage, and exploration speed. A reference has been given, but if you don't put a reference here, it's still okay. It's a very general introduction to the area. So exploring any unknown space, what is it? What is the length, width, where is bumpy? All these things we want to explore. If you use a single person, single robot, it will take a very long time. If you take multiple, it will be expensive. So these are basically the optimization issues. Then you are writing, and when you are writing, you are putting referencing using the APA format, as I said before. So this is the APA format we follow. And when you are writing, this is the introduction part, isn't it? In the introduction with the referencing, he's trying to highlight what is the problem, what are the people doing, okay? And here, basically, you try to put the latest literature. In the introduction, do not put very old literature. The latest literature, the latest trend. And at the end, you see the problem. Singular robot exploration encounters constraint and potential failure risks, motivating exploration into the realm of multi-robot system. Let's say if you have a single robot, we have so many problems. First, if it fails, you have to stop. And if it is a single robot, it will take long time. However, the effective function of this multi-robot system necessitates robust cooperation. We can use multiple robots, but the problem, we have to cooperate. Otherwise, the two robots will go to the same place. So it is again wastage of time. So this is the problem statement embedded here inside this paragraph. But we didn't mention as a problem statement. Okay, then what are the benefits of this? Okay, and here you see the problem statement. This is the, if you read at this problem statement, you can find he is highlighting the problems which actually he has to address in his solution. Then next to the problem statement is the objectives. There are two ways of writing the objectives. In one kind of, we write the objectives straight away. Following are the objectives for this research, just to give 1, 2, 3. In some of the cases, it looks nice, the presentation. You put a preliminary objective or the main goal, something as a primary sentence. Here you can see the primary objective of this research is to employ a hybrid deep reinforcement learning, blah, blah. This research is structured into 4 main parts, is dedicated to achieve specific objectives. These objectives are outlined as follows. So these are the specific objectives. First, to develop mathematical model accurately, mentioning little bit of methodology. to develop evaluation computational, how he's going to make the calculation with some algorithms, to simulate and model the hybrid, so we do it inside the computer, to evaluate performance of the algorithm. So we use the multiple robot, we conduct the experiment, and we check whether theoretically whatever we evaluated, experimentally it works. Then the research scope. Under the research scope, basically we put what main items we are going to cover and what we are not going to cover. We call the boundary of the research. Boundary of the research means inside the research, what you have very important, you put it here, and what you are not going to consider, which people may ask, did you consider this? You can tell, oh no, this I have not considered. Sometimes some of the things, if you consider, it will take longer time or it will become difficult. Research philosophy. Philosophy is basically why you, it is basically the logical annotation, why this, the approach you are going to adopt is going to give you results. That is basically the philosophy. Okay. So philosophy tells you are going in the right direction. You are taking the wrong methodology, you are going to wrong instrumentation. Of course, it will not lead to the right results. This is for PhD. Then chapter literature review. Here you can see for this, he just straight away dived into the literature. And as I mentioned before, because it's a short time presentation, generally you can prepare a database out of your research topics. And you can organize the research topic-wise and year ranging. So this is a particular topic. This is maybe covering the methodology. There are 10 topics. Those 10 topics, you give a title or subtitle. And under one paragraph or two paragraph, you highlight this literature, what are the strengths of some of the literature and what are the weaknesses. And end of the paragraph, you make a highlight. So what is the knowledge actually you are extracting out of this literature? Okay, so that is basically. Sometimes some definition type of items are also presented at the beginning of the literature review. Sometimes we put it like there, but do not put those things when you are writing your proposal for research grant, because research grant, they already understand you are a very experienced researcher, you can do the task. So do not try to convince them with definition. You put the real works. So multi-agent deep reinforcement learning. So in this direction, how much work has people done? What are the strength of this work? Because he is going to do the deep reinforcement learning and he's going to do multi-agent. So that is why he is putting literature review in this direction. So a literature review table you can make. This is very helpful for you and for the grant agency, but do not put here, he put a very long table, but okay, do not put so long table. Try to put limit to 5 to 6 key research titles, which you are going to use as a benchmark. You are going to compare or you are going to adopt those 5 or 6. Do not put so long list, okay, long list. Then summary. As I said, in the summary, basically, so if you look here, okay, summary is independent writing. Do not give references in the summary. Okay, so here you see, based on the literature, it is evident that various optimization strategies in DRL concerning multi-robot cooperation is the current research trend. Solution encompasses refining training processes and shaping reward functions to guide learning. That means he's going to adopt these techniques. These strategies aim to enhance learning efficiency and complexity. However, a notable research gap is the lack of incorporation of reasoning entities. That means this is the gap he is talking about. So in the summary, basically, under the literature review summary, we put some of the strengths you are going to use and the weaknesses you are going to tackle in the solution. So out of this literature review and the summary, actually you get all the other items for your whole report. That is for chapter 1, you know the problem statement, it comes from here. Methodology, which is basically chapter 3, this also comes from here. And this chapter, of course, itself is the evidence, what is the progress in this particular work. Then the methodology chart. First, give a brief what you are going to do in the methodology, then you put a methodology flowchart. So this is a methodology flowchart. Okay, here actually basically I've highlighted generally to cover the spaces. You can put this way. You can go up, down. Okay. And one more thing, when you write anything, say figure 1. This is figure 1. In the text, always whatever you refer in the inside the text. Just don't give. Results and discussion is not part of it because here basically expected outcome. Expected outcome for me, you see, it's a very big research for a PhD research. What is the outcome? Outcome is very simple. A multi-agent exploration model will enable robots to cooperate in achieving the exploration objective. So basically, this is a model. First one is a multi-agent exploration model. That is one of the outcomes. The other one, a highly efficient hybrid Madral with EC model. Okay, if we put until here is okay, the explanation is not required. So that is basically the expected outcomes. And this what is called the Gantt chart. So in the Gantt chart for your learning and reinforcement, this is not the part of your research. So generally we should not put it. Okay. So rest of the items are okay. You can put the and the references. So whatever it says, whatever you cited, everything you have to put. Okay. You have to know the difference between reference and bibliography. Bibliography, whatever you consulted, you write the list. But references, whatever you consulted and referred inside the text. So there is a difference. In the case of the bibliography, not necessarily you have to cite inside the text. But in case of the references, you have to cite whatever you have put in this list. Are you there, my audience?
Yes, doctor.
Now let me share another item. Okay, so grant application. So it was a successful grant application. So ERGS, I think we ministry already stopped it. So these are other things. So what are the items? Okay, here this is a very important item in a research grant by the Malaysian ministry, the MOHI. So executive summary. When you write, at the first place, you look here what they are asking for, because they are in their format, they are very clear. These are the things they are asking for. You do not write skipping those things. But if they have only executive summary, still keep in mind these are the items you need to put. So this is the good thing from our ministry. So if you look at this, so here, if you go at the first place, what was the title? The title was novel. That time I didn't have the idea what novel, why I put it. But now after teaching so many years, and I will not put it. Anyway, it was accepted. Low limb power exoskeleton for human motion enhancements. So this was the research. It was a development project. So it is not a FRGS. It's not a fundamental. Okay. So it is to make a extra links on the leg so that we can activate it and we can move faster. That was the target. I told you before, I'm a robotics guy. Okay. Here you see. Exoskeletons for human performance sensors are wearable devices that can increase speed, strength, and endurance of the user. So it's a general introduction. During the last decade, researchers focused on the lower limb exoskeletons to help those who need to power up their limbs, such as soldiers, police personnel, as well as amputees. So this is the researchers, what people are doing is Such exoskeleton would be able to help the user run faster to travel longer distances with heavy loads. Disaster handling needs tremendous human effort. However, with human limitations, very little can be done. So that this exoskeleton not only we can use there, but if in a disaster scenario, these also we can use. But thus power exoskeleton is expected to play effective role in disaster recovery as well. This project will develop one pair of electroactive polymer actuated legs along with appropriate controller to enhance walking speed as well as load carrying capability of a person wearing the exoskeleton. So here you see, because the target is for the disaster, so it will be able to move faster as well. It will be able to carry heavy load. So that was the goal of this research. Now the methodology, impedance values of human legs, etc., etc. So in brief, the methodology, you see, when you write, they allow you only 300 words to write. Okay, the software, if you exceed, you cannot. Whatever length you have to squeeze, you have to choose the right words and phrases to accommodate whatever they are asking, what they are asking for. They are asking for background of research. Okay, so what people are doing, how literature review, what is the objectives, what you want to do. Don't put all objectives, one of the key objectives. Research methodology, how are you going to solve, and expected outcomes. What will be the outcomes? You can see in the last sentence, I put the outcomes of this research will be a prototype of a pair of EAP actuated leg exoskeleton along with a controller. So those are the outcomes. So you can see the whole thing, the literature review, the methodology, objectives, outcome, everything has been squeezed within 300 words. Okay. This is research background. This is basically a literature review. So in this case also, as I said, do not put so long literature review. They also do not ask for it, but you can put it. So here I put for this research grant only is 1.5 pages. And the references, how many? Just 19 references. Okay. And those are the current references those days. And then the objectives, in this case, you just straight away write the objectives. To develop mathematical model, to simulate for stability, to develop control algorithm, to conduct experiments. So there are 4 objectives. Yeah. Relevance of a research objectives to the above criteria. You have to make the justification. What is objective 1, giving what benefit out of gift, like this. Description of the methodology. So methodology you mentioned, and at the end you have to give a flowchart. So the flowchart is in appendix. Yeah, this is a flowchart. So we have the flowchart in the appendix. Okay. In flowchart, often you make a mistake. You give a action, then immediately you give a feedback. Generally, that kind of flowchart is not acceptable. In case of flowchart, this block, this and this block do not connect. Block, the last block, conduct experiment for performance, experiment satisfactory, then feedback to here. That is not accepted. Generally, you put 1 or 2 action activities, then you put the decision block. After the decision block, if failure goes, you go back 1 or 2 more steps backward. Okay, you can have a multiple feedback, not necessarily single feedback. Okay, and the Gantt charts, all these things. So this is what we call oh, I closed it. And this is the FRGS. You see the FRGS, headache is FRGS, specifically for those who are working in science and engineering. For who are in the arts faculty, for you is quite easy because you by default you work on the fundamental areas. But in our case, fundamentals is coming from the science, and we are actually doing the application side. But sometimes they force us, we do it. So here you can say theoretical and experimental investigation on new kind of snake motion algorithm. So algorithm is one of the keyword they like. and theoretical, they like the experimental investigation, they like. So this is the way I frame. But if I say at the end, it is still development. Okay. And similarly, as I said before, you have the what is called executive summary. So this is the executive summary. So this cover the executive summary. We have the literature review, we have the methodology, and we have the outcomes. So here you can see the outcomes. Thus the outcomes of this research are expected to be snake motion algorithm, mathematical model of snake, and snake robot prototype. Prototype, they do not ask. If you put prototype at the first place, they will reject it. But you are saying oh, motion algorithm, they are happy, mathematical model, they are happy, and that is why they approved. Okay, so we have to know their orientation. So these are basically the literature review and all these things, and the rest of the process are very similar. Okay, the items what you are going to present for FRJs is very crucial, which are basically knowledge, theory, algorithm, correlation, like this kind of things. They do not want something tangible you show them. That is not the purpose of FRJs. And most of the grant is basically coming from for FRJs. So you have to make your mindset and you have to understand what FRJs looks like. Okay. I think I've spent more than 1 hour. So I can conclude the presentation session here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Doctor, for I think that's a really lengthy explanation on how to prepare a good proposal. I think, especially for PhD students, they will benefit a lot from your sharing today. If is there any questions from the audience? I think there's one and has been repeated. Assalamualaikum, Professor, from Brother Ahmed Huda. Is there a university guide for writing scientific thesis, and where can I find it?
No,
Is there a website specific or anything?
no, but there are different other universities. Some of them they have, but none of them fulfill exactly what particular authority looks for. It's
Okay.
some are internal proposals like this. So what you can do, you can actually borrow some successful proposal from your senior colleagues. That is one of the good guidelines. Specifically,
learn from examples lah.
right from example, if it is a senior colleague and he received recent awards, is good. So we can actually learn what is the recent trend as well.
Sir, students, sorry, sister here asks, can we get a copy of this presentation? Is it possible?
Yeah, sure. I can. You just give me the email. I can pass it to you.
All right.
You want the whole
Can we
folder?
have sir's email? Maybe the students can ask sir instead of sir going to them. or maybe sir can pass the email, pass the slide to CPS, and then later CPS will upload in our WhatsApp group.
I think that would be easy and faster.
Yeah. All right.
One by one. So
Okay, and then from Sister Nurin, Salam Professor, can we use our research proposal work to be sent to other grants such as FRGS or ERGS?
Sure. Only you have to format in their style.
In their format, right?
In their format. Yeah. In their format and in their style. It's not only the format, what they are looking for.
I mean, I've been in an FRGS before. I don't really like the format, but it's okay lah. It is what it is.
Yeah, for me, I don't like at all the FRGS concept of the ministry. Specifically for we are working in the science and technology, specifically in the engineering, because we are not FRGS guys. We are basically application. Yeah. They force us to show things with a different dimension, and that is all. And I have seen some of the projects approved by the ministry. At the end, whatever they achieve is 100% what is called applied research.
But if you want to do it, like Professor says, Sister Nurin, as long as you have to redo it, you have to adapt it to FRGS format lah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, with regards to the WhatsApp group, inshallah later we'll provide the link for the WhatsApp group channel. But like I said just now, any information, any the slide from today's presentation from Professor Doctor's presentation, we will put it in the WhatsApp group lah later. Okay, any other question with regards to today's sir's presentation? Okay, I think a lot of them. Oh, perfect.
Already
Oh, okay,
tired
never
of
mind.
listening to
Nah, I mean like it's I mean the thing is that from my own personal experience, even though I'm not an engineering or science student, I'm a law student. Like the hardest part is where to start. The hardest part is how to start.
how to start.
So like
Basically, to
yeah,
get the right topic. The topic
yeah.
is in the current area. And this is, I just give on the side note, do not choose a topic which has been overdone. Then you will be in big trouble to, for specifically for graduation. Your examiners will, what contribution did you have? It has been
Yeah,
done so many times.
it's already overdone.
It's
You know,
all
everyone
overdone.
else has said the same thing.
We had an engineering student. Yeah, at that time I was a PG coordinator. So he submitted the proposal to me. I went through. I said, it's over the area. Where you are going? He said, my professor has got money. I said, I don't know. But then I send him back. Go to the professor. Tell him that the coordinator says it's overdone area. He went, but that professor was very adamant. He said, no, you just go. And interestingly, the professor was not in the area. This is what I tell. Do not choose. Sometimes we are professors, lecturers, we are supposed to be ethical. And when we are in this university, we are supposed to be more ethical. But sometimes we run after our promotion and all these things. We do not go in the right direction. So he was not, of course, in exactly in that area. So he says, no, just go. And he was rejected 3 times by external examiners. And all the time, there is no contribution. And it took 5 years for him to do the master's.
MashaAllah. I mean, like, yeah, I mean, every university have those bad apples. Yeah, but just be careful. And I think like if we employ what Sir's teaching today, inshallah, we can prepare the best proposal for us to do our research, inshallah. So, any other questions, or anyone who wants to unmute themselves? Because if not, we can have an early lunch break before we continue with this afternoon session. Okay, going once, going twice. Okay, no one. All right, I think everyone is already got a lot from Professor. Thank you so much, Professor, for the sharing session, and especially later on for the presentation. I think a lot of students will benefit from the guides, the guidelines that you provide, especially the format. I think the format of the proposal itself is something that quite a lot of students are not prepared. A lot of students have no knowledge about. So thank you so much, Professor.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right.
Yes. So can I leave?
Oh, okay. What, sir?
Can I leave?
Oh yeah, sure, sir.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Okay, Assalamu alaikum.
So thank you. Waalaikumsalam. Okay, everyone. Thank you so much for being with us until this point, and I believe that a lot of you have already gained a lot from our session in the morning. So before we end the morning session, we have a few announcements. Number one, there are some available slots for the outing tomorrow. So please, if you are in campus or you are around or near capable of being physically present, do join us. It's going to be a really fun trip. So please do join the outing tomorrow. From my past experiences, it's fun, and you'll gain a lot from this trip. Okay. Secondly, like I said just now, we're going to have an afternoon session. What? Oh yeah. I mean, like, you can see in the screen a QR code. If you want more information or if you want to register yourself, you haven't registered. The QR code is there. Please scan them. Okay. Oh yeah, it says here strictly only for those who are physically present at the Gombak campus only. Okay. Right. So I think, we're going to have an early break. Before that, for this afternoon session, we're going to have one briefing, one talk, and later on we'll have a closing speech. But I think, especially specifically for our international students, we will have a briefing by the Education Malaysia Global Services. So you have someone, if especially if those of you who have issues or things that you want to ask, be prepared with questions for our afternoon session. Okay. Also, inshallah, we by today lah, we will provide the link to the official PGSS WhatsApp group. So if possible, all of you please join, so that we will disseminate official information. We will spread official announcements in the group. So later on, just be alert with your with the chat box. Okay. So that's all for this morning session. Thank you so much for being with us. Inshallah, we will see each other again at 2:30 p.m. So please join at 2:20, inshallah. Okay, with that, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Have a good lunch.
Walaikum salam. Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And welcome back. Good afternoon. I hope that every one of you have already eaten your lunch and paid your zuhur. So we're back today for a continuation of the last day of the IIUM Postgraduate Taaruf Week 2024-2025. So for this afternoon, we have a few sessions, but we will first kick off this afternoon session with a briefing by the Education Malaysia Global Services, to be delivered by Mr. Naim Mubarak bin Segu Mubarak, the Assistant Manager, International Student Management Services. So is our speaker here today?
Hi, Assalamualaikum everyone.
All
I'm
right.
Naim.
Sorry, sir. I'm just to confirm your
Yeah, okay.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Okay, so without any further ado, sir, the floor is yours. Sorry, the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you. Just give me a moment. So, just to check, can everyone view my slide? Is it in full form?
Yes, it's full.
Okay, all right. So, Assalamualaikum and a very good afternoon to the UIA management, UIA international office staff, and also to all the new students who have joined us today on this afternoon. So, I'm Naim Mubarak. I'm from EMGS, Education Malaysia Global Services. Today, I'll be giving a talk to the new students on visa matters that student needs to know. So, before I go further, I just want to wish everyone welcome to Malaysia, and thank you for choosing Malaysia as your study destination. And we hope we can facilitate your studies and also give you a splendid time while studying and also living in Malaysia for these upcoming years. So next, I will start with an introduction about EMGS. Okay, to start, EMGS is a company limited by guarantee under the purview of Ministry of Higher Education. So it was founded to promote Malaysia as a study destination in our region, and also to handle the processing of a student visa application that for international students who are traveling to Malaysia. So these are our vision and mission. So next, let me show you. So for EMGS, okay, previously when I believe all the students have obtained your eval, the visa approval letter, okay. So the process of submission, you done it online, and then it was received here. This is our first one-stop center, whereby this is the place that we will compile all your applications, and every process is done here. And we also have counter services, whereby international visa office staff or students in particular can always come forward, meet us, and if you have any issues regarding your application, submission of documents, and so on. At the same time, we do all the application processing here. Okay, this is in Kuala Lumpur. So besides Kuala Lumpur, to add on that, we also have immigration office here, right here in just beside us in this one-stop center. So apart from this, we have another two one-stop centers, one in Cyberjaya. Okay, Cyberjaya is the place where the eval is issued by the immigration. And also apart from here, we have one-stop center in Kuching, Sarawak. Okay, it's on the east part of Malaysia. Okay, here, this one-stop center in Kuching will serve students in Sarawak for visa processing and also for the immigration services. Okay. On top of that, I believe some of you or many of you would have like come across when students arrived in KLIA. Okay, we have two arrival centers. We name it International Student Arrival Center. Okay, in short, we call it ISAC. Okay, we operate 24/7, whereby we welcome students. We build this to give a welcoming experience for international students. So as soon as students land in airport, we will be the first to receive you, and then we will assist in giving clearance for the student at the airport with the immigration counters. So any issues with the immigration, let's say students forget the documents and so on, we will assist to prepare that for you and assist you to have a smooth clearance at the airport. So many of you would have come across this experience and hope that it give you a good welcoming experience that we wish to serve. Okay, so next we go to the application. Okay, so during application process, I believe that UIA, since we have the eval services, so application were made by students. Okay, so it was made through our website. So just to introduce to you, we have two platforms. One is our website, EMGS website, official website. Another one is we have our system, whereby we call it Student Application Registration System, STARS. Okay, this is the system that institutions, even ourselves, we will be using to process your applications. Okay. Next, I want to introduce to students regarding the EMGS Hub. This is our new mobile app, whereby we have launched this in 2024. Okay, so since you are a new student, I believe that many of you should have this app because it is very functional. We have provided a lot of functions in this app. Compared to our previous app, this new app, we have enabled student to even apply your student pass application through the app. Okay, so you can track the application, and also once you have received your eval, it can be downloaded from the EMJS Hub app. Okay, so as soon as since you are here, since you have arrived, the students can check the panel clinics, your medical records, and perform the biomedical checking during your health screening. So this can be done. So later, once you have completed your student pass processing, you will receive your student pass, you will receive all your documents. You can view everything through the app. So we have prepared this. We hope that all the students can download. It will be easier for you to get updates and so on from EMGS. Okay, next I will bring you through the application process. Okay, I think we can skip a bit on this part because many of you have gone through the process and you have received your eval and you're here. So more or less I can summarize that students submit the application, EMJS process, we will submit to immigration, immigration approves your application, and you make your travel arrangements to Malaysia, and here we are. So next, I will show you the process, okay, once students arrive in Malaysia. Okay, so I believe you have gone through our International Student Arrival Center. We have given a welcoming experience to you. And then next, you have done the immigration clearance. Okay, now the students are here in the campus. Okay, so next important thing to be done is all of you need to perform the medical screening within 7 working days. Okay, why we encourage you to do in 7 working days? Because once you reach Malaysia at the airport, immigration clearance, you are given more or less around 30 days. So these 30 days, your stay is valid, and then you have to complete the overall immigration process. So it is a responsibility of the student to perform the medical screening immediately so that you have ample time to perform the other processing parts, okay, because you need to submit passport and so on. Okay, so for UIA, what you need to be done is all of your students, once you have completed your medical screening in UIA, you need to hand over the passport to the international office. Okay, so international office will process this together with your medical documents and everything. So once everything is completed, it will be sent over to the immigration department. So immigration department will evaluate all the documents and provide you with the student pass. So with this student pass, now you can register with UIA officially, and then you can start your study journey at the campus. Okay, so apart from that, students will be given the international student card, a student international card. We call it as I-card, and then this you can use as a reference of your student pass. Okay, the details of the student pass will be stated there. So with this, you will be completing your process of obtaining a student pass in Malaysia and perform your studies in IIUM. Okay, so next I will be going to the next slide to show you on the renewal process. Okay, so many of you, I think majority of the students, you have received your student pass on a yearly basis. Okay, so what you must do is after almost 1 year period of your studies, okay, you need to renew this pass. Okay, so to renew, what you must do is you need to submit, you need to go to the UIA International Office, okay, and then submit your renewal application. You can do this 3 months before your pass expired. Okay, so we give the responsibility to students whereby you need to always check the validity of your student pass to make sure that you don't submit during the last minute and then request for renewal. So it has to be submitted early. You can start the submission process at least 3 months before, so everything can be done smoothly. So approach the international office, give the passport, give the documents to them. Okay, the office will create the application in our system, okay, to create the renewal application. And then once EMJS receives this document, we will check on the documents. Okay, as a student, what you must achieve is very basic things. There are only two requirements that is required here. One is your attendance needs to fulfill 80% requirement during the semester studies. Okay, and also during the previous semester, you need to achieve a CGPA of 2.0 and above. So these are the requirements. For postgraduate students, you need to obtain a passing grade. Okay, so without this, immigration department would not grant you the renewal of the student pass. So always focus on your studies to make sure you are here for studies. You need to attend classes, you need to achieve good grades, then only your student pass will be allowed to be renewed. Okay, so once the documents meet the requirement, okay, it will be submitted to immigration department, and immigration department will renew your student pass. You will get it for another year, and the same cycle goes on until you complete your studies. So for every year, you need to do the same process, do the visa renewal, and then once you have completed the studies, you will be given, later I will show you on the checkout memo process, so that you need to complete the checkout memo because once you have completed your studies in Malaysia. Okay, so next, okay. So we want to use this opportunity to inform students, okay, whereby these are the difficult challenges that everyone faces. Okay, you face the same issue, the universities face the same issue, and also we face the same issue, whereby it's about time management. Okay, what I mean by here is, okay, whenever you submit your application, okay, we always encourage for new applications, submit at least 6 weeks before you start the program. Okay, this gives everyone ample time to do the processing, and if there's any document that is incomplete or does not meet the requirement, we have enough time to settle the issues before you travel to Malaysia. Okay, so I believe all of you have done it and you are here on time. So, okay, it's good. So during your renewal, we would like to again remind to submit your renewal application 3 months before the expiry of the student pass. Okay, and on the second point, I would like to highlight on the document management. Okay, so when you submit early, you have to ensure that your documents are complete. So if the documents are not complete, okay, you will be facing a delay as well because you need to obtain additional documents. So this will further delay your overall process. This includes for new application and also for your renewal application. So always ensure that you follow the time and also you ensure that the documents are complete for your submission process. Okay. Okay, next, for other concerns and guidance, I will go through one by one on these points. Okay, so number one, I would like to point out on for students who have completed a particular program and then when you want to progress for further studies, okay, good news. Okay, you don't have to leave the country for this kind of application. So whenever you want to progress your studies in Malaysia after completing a program, you are allowed to remain in Malaysia. Okay, obtain an offer letter from the same institution or a different university, okay, and then you can submit the student pass application. We will do the processing, and then once you obtain the visa approval letter, you can proceed to cancel the current pass and endorse the new student pass with the new university or under the new program. Okay, so second point will be about variation. We call it variation, but in terms for you to better understand, it is changing of course or changing of institution. Okay, so for this, not all students are allowed to change course or change university without leaving Malaysia. Okay, so if a student wants to change course or change university, okay, the student can do it anytime if the student is outside Malaysia. So you studied and then maybe you're not happy with the particular course, you want to change course. If you are in home country, if you're back in your home country, you can submit the application at any point of time. There's no issue. But if you want to remain in Malaysia and do this processing, there are certain requirements, okay? So a change of course is only allowed once, okay, within your first 2 years of studies, okay? Provided that a student has at least completed 1 semester in the previous program studies. So this is very important because we get a lot of queries from students whereby they just come in, they have not completed 1 semester, but suddenly there's a change of heart, they want to change course. So this is not allowed. So at least you must complete 1 semester, then only decide about changing course. Maybe you would like to change course maybe after 1 year, then only you realize that maybe you wanted to change course. Okay, still you are allowed, but it cannot exceed after the second year completed. Okay, so this is about progression and variation. Okay, secondly, I would like to touch on the point of overstay. Okay, overstay is a big offense in Malaysia. Okay, you are not allowed to overstay, whereby once a student falls overstay, okay, meaning your pass has expired, but you had you have not renewed or got obtained a valid pass to stay longer than the expired period, immigration department can charge you, and then you might be given a penalty, and then you have to pay fine and so on. So try to avoid getting overstayed. Always ensure your pass is valid, and always approach international office to seek for advice if you would like to renew, or regarding changing of course, obtaining different pass and so on. Maybe you want to apply for a dependent pass. Always approach your international office, get the advice, and ask for the suitable time of submission so that you won't get into a overstay situation. Okay. Okay, thirdly, I would like to touch on special pass. Okay. Okay, special pass, okay, it is something special, whereby not everyone can easily obtain. Okay. So in a certain situation whereby your current student pass needs to be extended, but maybe due to incomplete documents or due to some issues, it it is not able to be done in that time. So what you can do is approach your international office, try to get a special pass. Okay, so this special pass is a extra duration that immigration will grant for you to complete the necessary processing of the documents. Okay, once you have obtained this, your stay will be valid, and then you can continue with whatever processing that you are doing. Yeah, it could be renewal, change of course, and so on. Okay. Even for overstay cases, let's say if happens to be overstay, once you settle the overstay, paying fine with immigration, you have to obtain a special pass before you proceed with the next step. Okay. So next point, I would like to touch on dependent pass. Okay. So for dependent pass in general, okay, in Malaysia, for students who studied postgraduate and above level studies, you can apply for a dependent pass for your immediate family members. Okay, so immediate family members include your parents, your wife, kids, okay, and also including your parents-in-law, mother-in-law, and father-in-law. So you can bring over, once you have obtained the student pass, okay, you can invite them over to Malaysia. You can apply for the dependent pass, okay, and then they can stay together with you until you complete your studies, okay. And then next, I would like to touch on the checkout memo process. Okay, a student who has completed the studies in Malaysia, okay, and has no intention to further studies or seek for employment and so on, you need to complete a checkout memo. Okay, checkout memo is required by the immigration department to complete your student pass application life cycle, whereby you have entered Malaysia with a visa approval letter, and then you obtain your student pass. So once you have completed the studies, you are going back to your home country. You should not leave just like that without cancelling the pass. You need to cancel the pass, okay, complete the process with immigration, okay. Immigration will put in their system. Once the checkout memo is received, system will be updated, whereby the student will be leaving the country, and then your cycle will be completed. So maybe after a few years, you got another opportunity, maybe to come over, either to work or to further study in Malaysia. So at that point, your record will be clear in the immigration system because you have done this process. So it's very important. It's important for the university, and it's important for the students to complete this process. Okay. So the final 2 points I would like to touch on having passport while traveling in Malaysia. Okay, so we always advise students to always carry the passport whenever you are going around places in Malaysia, because at any point of time you might be facing checking by the authorities. It can be by the police, by the immigration department. So always bring your passport and ensure that your pass is always valid because, like I said just now, overstay is punishable. So you always have to ensure the pass is valid, and also you have the passport with you for the checking purposes. Okay. So next, okay, for those students who would like to travel, okay, sometimes there are requirements for you to go back to your home country due to work purposes and so on. Okay, you have to understand that the renewal process, there is a time period for the process to be done. So, like I said just now, you have 3 months before the expiry that you can submit the passport for the renewal process. So let's say if you already have plans that you want to travel, there's any requirement for you to maybe attend for your internship, maybe at your home country. So you have to inform and submit the application early to the visa office for you to complete the process so that we won't face issues whereby sometimes for late submission, we receive a lot of inquiries from students whereby student ask to expedite the process, but the passport would have just submitted like maybe a week ago or maybe a few days earlier than that. So we need time for the processing to be done because it involves EMGS, and also the passport processing is does involve immigration processing time as well. So you need to plan on this. And some students, you might face issues whereby maybe during the semester break, you have traveled back to your home country, okay, and then the pass has expired outside Malaysia. So if this happens to you, okay, you need to check if your pass is still valid. I mean, if the pass has expired, but the period has not exceeded more than 3 months after the expiry. So within this 3 months period after the pass expired, you can still travel back to Malaysia. So within 3 months, travel back to Malaysia with a social visit pass, and then later immigration can consider for you to renew the passport. But always avoid this situation. But let's say if happened, you are stuck in this situation, there is a chance that your pass still can be renewed. So travel back within that 3 months period, immediately approach the visa office, get the student pass renewed. So I think we have covered majority of the topics, I think, for the new students to be prepare yourself for your study journey in Malaysia. Okay, so just before I wrap up my briefing for today, I would like to highlight on our contact center. So always, whenever you have any inquiries, you would need any advice on the visa processing, apart from referring to your international office, you can always call us. You can send an email to us, to EMGS. Okay, and then we will try to provide you with the information that you are required as soon as possible, so that you are well prepared for the next step of the whatever processing that you need to be done. Okay. So I think before we end, I would like to take a few questions. Maybe we can open for like 10 minutes for any questions.
Yeah, we have plenty of time. I think
Yeah.
you can look at the chat.
Yes.
We have a lot of times. There's
Okay,
plenty of
sure.
questions here. Do you want me to read out the questions?
Okay, yeah, sure, can.
Okay. Number one, it's not a question. He just said I still haven't received my eval. It's still in progress. Sister Amina here asked, does 75% progress in the application mean the remaining steps should be done once we arrive in Malaysia?
So I believe it is correct. I think 75% is, I believe Miss Amina is already received your eval, if I'm not mistaken. The next process
Sister
is
Amina, can you respond? Okay.
if because I want to understand your current situation, because are you in Malaysia right now or are you in your home country?
Sister Amina,
Okay,
you there?
I think we can come back to this question later. Okay, we move forward to the next question. Yeah.
Okay, next is my visa is still 50% on hold. I have applied on 25th January. Course will start on March 3rd. The course name requested Master of Advanced Nursing Practice in Emergency Care is not available in our system. What can I do to get my visa?
Okay, I think for this I believe that UIA visa office needs to assist as well, because any courses for students to apply, the course has been registered in our system. So if the course is not available, then you need to check with the um, administration whether the course has been registered with our system or not. If not, I believe the institution needs to register with us so that we can assist to allow the student to change the course to that particular courses that needs to be applied.
All right. Okay, next is basically just a simple question. Can I get the slides projected in the meeting today?
Yes, sure. We can share to you.
Okay. Later you can share with Brother Amir lah from CPS.
Yes. Yes, can.
Next, from Brother Ahmad. I don't know, it's brother, sister, I think Brother Ahmad. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm an international student. My eval is still 35%. However, I have scheduled my medical check on March. Kindly suggest me what should I do.
Okay. For 35%, it means your submission has been sent to the immigration department. So it's just pending for approval. So if there's no issues with immigration, by right, anytime soon, the visa approval letter can be issued. So just need to keep on checking. And then if let's say it takes more than okay, we are in like towards the end of the week, right? So let's say by early next week, if you don't get the visa approval letter, you need to request from the international office to check with us, and then we will provide a feedback on this.
Okay.
Maybe we can follow up with it as well.
Then this is from Brother Muhammad Fahmi. He has two questions. Number one, how long will it take to process after we submit our passport from arrival to submission and the process?
Okay, so I think majority of UIA applications is submitted directly at the immigration department in Cyberjaya, if I'm not mistaken. So once students arrive, you complete your medical. So once medical is completed, we will produce the supporting letter to the immigration department. So once the passport has been submitted, usually it takes like 1 to 2 weeks. But sometimes further delay can happen depending on the number of submission that is received by the immigration department. So sometimes during intake, there could be slight delay, but during non-intake season, it could be received even faster than that. It depends on the immigration process at that point. Okay, the second question is the EVA.
The eval letter says that duration approved is 12 months, but the letter says in point 5 this letter is valid for 6 months from the date of issuance. Which period is the right one?
Okay, what you need to understand here is that, okay, the duration approved is for your student pass. So the 12 months is for your student pass. But what they mean by the validity of this letter is valid for 6 months is the validity of the eval itself. Okay, so whenever students receive the eval, you have a validity of 6 months for the students to use the eval to travel to Malaysia. So that is the point that is stated there in point number 5.
Sorry, Assalamualaikum warahmatullah. Can I add, because I'm
Waalaikumsalam.
Fahmi, I would like to add to the first question that was asked just now, right, by myself. May I ask? Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Sure.
With regards to point 1, right, because why did I ask? Because I'm also currently working full time in my country, home country. So I was looking that if the process can be, shorter so that I can travel back to my country and travel back to Malaysia for my classes. So there's like a to and fro thing lah. That is why I was asking whether the process, is there any other process? Because I'm also requesting for remote supervision also. Yeah, that was my concern.
Okay,
Yeah.
for us, any genuine request, if you have to immediately, you have travel plans and everything, if you try to wait until the process has been completed, but let's say if you have any situation whereby you urgently need to travel, you have to refer back to your international office, and then they will review your request, and if there's any urgency required, they can refer to the immigration department to try to get the passport done as soon as possible.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Okay, next. Oh, by the way, if anyone here wants to ask questions directly, not through chat, please raise up your hands.
Yeah.
Just raise up your hands and then you can unmute
To
yourself.
address this one point whereby the student misunderstood. Okay, what I meant by you are allowed to change course. Okay, but what I mean is that changing course while remaining in Malaysia. Okay, that is where the point that you have to do it only once and within 24 months once you are here. So that is the point that I need to correct back.
And then from Sister Fatima, passport processing to travel required if pass is about to expire only, or anytime I want to leave Malaysia.
Okay, so a student pass given to student is multiple entry. So once you obtain your student pass, for you to travel in and out, there's no issue. But just that before it expires, you need to submit for the renewal.
Okay. And then next is, okay, Sister Mina just provided context. She is still waiting for approval to travel. So she said that I have emailed the postgraduate office to figure out my access to student portal since the temporary password provided to me keeps glitching. Important allowing me to register for our courses. In addition to this, I am also waiting for Mahala application. Once I receive, I think this is, I'm not sure. I don't think this is relevant to EMGS.
Yes.
So
Agree.
sorry, yeah. And then
Thanks.
next is from Brother Said Abdul Wadud. How long does it take to approve after the documents are processed?
I believe it's a question about eval approval. See,
Ah,
so yeah, because I believe if eval, I believe the student has already received the eval, if I'm not mistaken. But let's
oh
say if
yeah.
eval, okay, if eval, it doesn't matter. I will answer. For eval, usually it takes 7 to 14 working days. So again, I said it depends on the number of application received. During intake, it might be delayed, but for non-intake time, it will be quite fast. As long as your documents are complete and there's no issue with the application. And for student pass, again, it depends on the immigration. So the submission needs to be done early so that I think you can speak to international office as well to follow up with immigration. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I have a direct question. Someone asked. She asked me to ask you, how soon can we apply for dependent pass?
Okay, once you have obtained the student pass, you can immediately apply for dependent pass because the requirement is that you need to first have a valid student pass, then only you can bring in your family members.
Okay. Alright. And then I have one issue to get the student pass because my passport validity is 16th month. Is there any solution for 1 year student pass?
Okay, so for this as well, for student pass, the requirement from immigration is strictly 18 months validity. So once the passport does not meet the requirement of 18 months, immigration would not issue a eval for the student. So for this, you have to always ensure the passport validity is more than 18 months.
Okay. And then yeah. Oh, the question just now, yes, it was about the eval after
Yeah,
the
okay.
process.
Because I
The
believe here,
eval.
it like some of the students said it took 5 weeks. It takes longer than that. Some is fast. Because again, like I said just now, I would like to highlight back my point about complete and incomplete documents. Because when you submit for application, you need to ensure the documents are complete. Because sometimes we will receive, for example, I can tell you that students sometimes submit certificate, but there won't be transcript. So there sometimes there are transcript, but there's no certificate. So these are the things that again I would like to stress. Make sure the documents are submitted complete so that there won't be any delays because delays happen whereby we need to request for additional documents and so on.
Okay. And then okay, brother, one brother here says that my eval is 15%, class start on 3rd March. Is it allowed for me to travel to Malaysia now? Otherwise, I will miss classes.
Yeah. So no. Once you have obtained the eval, then only you are allowed to travel in Malaysia. Let's say happens whereby suddenly next week you are here in Malaysia and your eval has not been approved. immigration, before the VAL is issued, they will reject the application because they can see that you are already here. So we don't advise students to travel. Make sure you get the eval, then only travel back to Malaysia. Okay, so in this, because since you say it's 15%, I think you need to refer back to international office to check on the document requirement. There could be issues about payment. There could be issues about documents. So we need to get the documents submitted to us for us to continue the processing to allow you to get the eval as soon as possible.
Okay, and then there's one question: does studying a language year a language year course count within the 2 years specified in the visa?
Okay, I believe this question is relating back to the changing of course, right? So for language, English is not considered as part of the requirement. So you need to fulfill to complete the semester, one semester studies for the main program that you apply. If let's say you are applying for a bachelor's degree program, you need to complete one semester. So during that 2 years, at least one semester has to be completed of your main program studies. So language will not be considered as part of the main program.
Okay. And then next is I think this is Sister Indah Hari. My visa in MJS application still 35%. This is more than a week. How long it will be finished and I can get soon? Sev.
A single entry visa. So I believe same like the above. I think we just give us a bit of time because I think due to the intake, there's a lot of submission done to the immigration department. We will try to follow up because 35% it means your submission has been made to the immigration department. So they are processing it batch by batch, and then I think very soon the visa approval letter can be issued.
And then I think this is anyone have any other questions? Please put it in the chat box or you can unmute yourself. I think this last question. Any monetary requirement needed to apply for dependent pass, financial statement or other documents?
Again, can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Any monetary requirement needed to apply for dependent pass, financial
Yes.
statement or other documents?
Yes, you need to provide the proof of income, whereby you need to have at least 10,000, 30,000. So 10,000 per month is the average that you need to be having in your account. The transaction that needs to show that you have income to provide for the family members. So that is one of the requirement. And then there are a few other requirements, like you need to obtain a letter from the embassy. So things like that, you need to check with the visa office on the requirement. They will give you the checklist, and then you need to fulfill all the requirements. Then only the application can be made to the immigration department.
Okay. This is the same. I think he's trying to get the answer. How long does it usually take to process the document to receive the eval?
To get the eval.
How long does it
Okay.
usually take to process the document to receive the eval?
Okay, complete document submission. Okay, our processing period is 14 working days. Provided the documents are complete and there's no hiccup during the application process, yes, we can promise that we can get it done quite fast. But like I said just now, if the application is incomplete, there will be a delay during the processing because we need to get additional documents and so on.
Okay. From Brother Aisha, can I provide my case number to check my visa progress?
Okay, so what I would suggest is, let's say, since I think a lot of cases, right, what international office can do is compile all these issues, like case numbers, application numbers that needs to be checked individually. Do send to us. We will check and provide a response, and then you can distribute back to students. Then we can see one by one what is the issue, and then we will try to provide a response for them. Yeah. Okay. And also for students, you can always go to our EMJS website, okay, and then even in Google, you can check for EMJS application tracker, okay. You can search and then see at what stage your application percentage is at, and then below part, okay, you want at the top, you will see the percentage. Okay, scroll below and down there, if there's any issue with the application, we will provide the notification point on what are the documents required. So with that, you can address the issue, refer back to the international office and submit the documents to us for us to continue the process.
Okay, and then Sister Shahla, how long does it take to get student visa once a passport is submitted to immigration?
I think we have addressed this just now.
I think okay, same
Yeah.
question. Okay, Brother Haris, can one travel to Malaysia on a visitor visa while waiting for the student visa to go
Okay.
through and only attend classes once the eval is approved?
Again, I said no, it's not allowed. So you need to wait for the eval. Okay. So can we maybe take one or two final question? Yeah, please. For us
Yeah.
to
I think like there's I think like not
Mm.
question but more like respond to your answer just now.
Yeah.
Like Brother Aisha said, I have sent the email to inquiry office but no response. And then
Even
we have
for this for Aishat even for this do include in our the compilation of requests or queries that you want to for us to respond to, please include when the email was sent, and usually when you send email we will get you will receive a case number, so try to include the case number as well. So once we receive once we get the case number, we will check with our team and see what's the issue on the email.
Okay.
And also
I
this
think
application number by Syed, please do send to international office, and then they will compile and send it over to us.
okay, I think that's
Yeah, that's about it.
I think there's no more question. Alright,
Yes,
I
yeah.
think that's all. Sir, do you have any final comments or final thoughts that you want to convey to the students?
Okay, just I want to wish them well. So hopefully we covered whatever things that is required for students. Make sure you don't involve. My advice would be don't be involved in any illegal activities while you are in Malaysia, while your studies. Focus on your studies, and don't please do not get overstay, because that is a big offense. We don't want any overstay cases with the students. So I think that's about it. Wish you all the best, and okay, thank you so much for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir. And like I think like just it was just like how it was informed just now. If you have any other more inquiries, you can either go to the international office or you can also contact EMGS through the contacts provided in the slide just now. I believe the slide is going to be shared by Sir to Brother Amir, and later on we will share it in the WhatsApp group. Okay, I think the link to the WhatsApp group will be provided in a few moments. Just take be have attention on the chat box lah. Okay, I think that's all. So thank you so much, sir, for the
Okay, thank you
briefing. I
again.
hope that thank you so much. I hope this will be oh uh so, Sister Amina,
Yeah, yeah,
sorry,
sure.
Sister Amina.
Uh,
I mean like a must to enter flight details 48 hours prior to traveling. I'm not
Okay.
sure.
Okay. Before you travel, just I will add on this point. Okay. Before you travel, we always advise at least 3 days before you travel. Okay. Do inform. There are two ways that you can inform. One is through the mobile app. Okay. Do inform on your arrival so that our team in airport can take note of your travel, and we will be ready to receive you. Second point is you need to apply for Malaysian Digital Arrival Card. Okay. We have provided the link and the details in your eval. So if you scroll through the eval document, this information is there. Do also apply for the Malaysian Digital Arrival Card at least 3 days before you travel.
Do we need to? Okay. Please remember to send the slides. All right. Okay.
Yes, sure. The slide will be shared to
Sure.
you. Yes.
All right.
So
Just make sure.
okay, students can go to our website, okay, yeah, and then you can get all the details about the application, the app, and also our social media page and so on. You can follow us. There are a lot of information that we have posted there for you to go through.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Is it possible to put the slide in the chat?
I think I will send an email, because I will share it with PDF. So I
okay.
will share it to Mr. Amir later. Is that possible?
All right. Okay. Sure.
All
Sure.
right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank
Okay.
you so much. All right.
Okay. Okay.
Assalamualaikum.
Thank you, everyone. All right. Wassalam.
All right. Okay, so everyone, I think like okay, Brother Arkam here, which is our president, has sent the links to our social media as well as the WhatsApp group chat. So please, if you want access to the slides today, inshallah will be provided as soon as it is received from the speakers. Please join the WhatsApp group provided by Brother Arkam in the chat box. Okay. So also while we're waiting for our speaker for the next session, for our last session of the day, before the closing speech, I do have a reminder that for those of you who have registered tomorrow, only those who have received confirmation email from the CPS only will be joining the trip tomorrow, because we have limited space in the transport of vehicle. So only those who've received the confirmation email. Yeah, it's not just you register you, but you also have to receive the confirmation email for you to join the trip tomorrow. All right. Can register now for the trip. I think it's already closed lah. Apologies, yeah, Brother Atik. Brother, Sister Atik. I think it's Sister Atik. Okay. All right. So, I think that's all. Okay, we're going to wait for our next speaker. Or if I can ask, is Dr. Abdul Latif here? Okay, not yet. So it's okay. Inshallah, we were going to wait for him. Zoom session tomorrow. There's no Zoom session tomorrow, Sister Fatima. I'm not sure if we have any real life streamer amongst those who joining the trip tomorrow. I mean, like, it's just nothing. Later on, when you come to Malaysia, I don't know. Are you in Malaysia, or you're still outside, Sister Fatima? Oh, you're already here. Oh, so there's no Zoom session tomorrow. Tomorrow, technically, after the closing speech, this is the end of the Taaruf week. But tomorrow we have a small outing just to bring students to the interesting locations around Selangor, Kuala Lumpur. So there won't be any Zoom session tomorrow. Okay? Invited and prepare for a Taaruf orientation tomorrow via email. I guess you have to. Oh, it's a Zoom meeting. I guess you have to just do hybrid lah. You can listen to the briefing while enjoying the beautiful exhibitions provided in the museum. Okay. Alright. Oh, okay. Our speaker is here already. MashaAllah. Uh, sorry, I'm interacting with the students for a while. Okay, so Alhamdulillah, we concluded our session with the EMJS. Hopefully that all of you, especially our international students, international friends, benefited a lot from the session. Now we're going to move on to the last sharing session of this Taaruf week, which is a sharing session titled Management of Cultural Diversity Among the Muslim with reference to IIUM community. So without any further ado, I would like to invite Dr. Abdul Latif bin Abdul Razak from Abdul Hamid. Is it Abu Hamid or Abdul Hamid Abu Sulaiman Kuliah of Islamic Revealed Knowledge and Human Sciences of IIUM. That's a long name for a kuliah. Dr. Abdul Latif, are you there?
Yes, yeah.
Yes, all right. Okay, sir. I say, doctor, the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alamin wa salatu wa salamu ala ashrafil anbiya wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli. Subhanaka la ilma lana illa ma 'allamtana innaka antal alimul hakim. ولا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله العلي العظيم أما بعد. أحييكم بتحية الإسلام. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. How about the voice? Is it clear?
Crystal clear.
Clear. Alhamdulillah, good. I saw a participant 98. Is that the number of this our student? 98?
I believe there's 100. It's supposed to be 150.
Oh.
But maybe 50 sleep after Zohor prayer. So it's okay lah.
There's big numbers. Alhamdulillah. Okay, let me share my screen. Okay. Okay, entire screen. Okay. Okay. So the topic today is cultural diversity management. Because we come from different background, different religions, different colors, different areas all over the world. So it is good that we know little bit how to manage it. Okay, but I simply focus on the interpersonal relation, because this is very important. We are dealing with the environment, the trees, the animals. It does not create us problem. It does not cause us what they call this bad feelings. But normally, what happen is when we dealing with people, different people have different characters, different ways of thinking, different behaviors, and some of them are very familiar, and some of them are very what they call this unique and alien to us. So it is good that we have some basic knowledge in management of cultural diversity. Okay, good. Normally, the talk normally start with this ayah. This is the fact. We cannot avoid it because this is the script written by Allah Subhanahu wa Taala. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya ayyuhan nas inna khalaqnakum min dhakarin wa unsa waja'alnakum syu'uban wa qabaila lita'arafu inna akramakum 'indallahi atqakum innallaha 'alimun khabir. O mankind, indeed we have created you from male and female and made you peoples and tribes, different peoples and different tribes, that you may know one another. This is number one. Indeed, the most noble of you in the sight of Allah is the most righteous of you. Islam clarify that the different what makes you noble is not the colors, is not the races, is not the tribes, is not the language, but what makes you noble is atqakum. Atqakum mean the most pious among you. So meaning that we are coming from different people. So meaning that we are not supposed to be, let's say for example, thinking that we are better than others, unless from Islamic point of view, Allah only see our taqwa. Allah only see our taqwa. Even we are coming from, let's say for example, the best tribe, but indeed, if we are against Allah Subhanahu wa Taala, then we might not what they call this be the best of the tribe. Okay. The most noble of you in the sight of Allah is the most righteous you. Meaning that this one, because we are born in different races, different tribe, different colors, that's beyond our control. So meaning that Allah does not measure our nobility based on something that beyond our control. Of course, this is zalim, is Allah put the measures based on something beyond our control. But normally, as the just of Allah Subhanahu wa Taala, He measures something that within our control, something within our choice, our choice, whether we choose to be the most righteous or otherwise. Okay, so this is the basic principle about cultural diversity. Okay, next is about rights versus responsibility. So when we are coming to IIUM, so meaning that dealing with peoples, we cannot run away with rights and responsibility. So what is right? Right, in Arabic we call haq. hak. In Malay also we call hak. Mana hak saya? Where is my rights? So versus responsibility. Responsibility is our responsibility toward others. So if you want to make a sentence using the word O-W-E-O, so what is right? Right is what the people owe us, meaning that what the people should do to us. Versus responsibility. Responsibility is what we owe people, meaning that what we need to do to people. That is our responsibility. And responsibility is a combination of two words, response plus able. Response plus able. What does it mean? Meaning that if you are able to respond, then it is your responsibility. But if you are not able to respond, then from Islamic point of view, it is not your responsibility. La ikraha afiddin. La ikraha afiddin. There is no, what they call this, not la ikraha afiddin, meaning that Allah does not burden us. La yukallifullahu nafsan illa wus'aha. La yukallifullahu nafsan illa wus'aha. Meaning that Allah only burden us with something that within our ability or our capability. So this is very important. So when I think majority who are coming to this university, International Islamic University, the biggest portion is Muslim. I think unless it is mentioned otherwise. So what we should know about the right of Muslim, this is the universal, general right of Muslim to another Muslim. Number one, based on the hadith, six are the right of a Muslim over another Muslim. So when you are coming here, you are what they call this meeting with the Muslims from all over the world. So this should be what they call this respected. Number one, when you meet him or you meet her, offer him salam. Assalamu alaikum. Normally the answer should be better. If you give salam, assalamu alaikum, and then if someone listening, then he should answer in a better way. Wa alaikumussalam wa rahmatullah. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Then you answered in a better way. Wa alaikumussalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. You see this, when you give salam, you communicate, you bring mawaddah, meaning that care and love among each other. When he invites you to a feast, accept it. When you seek your counsel, give him. Maybe sometimes you need advice. Then as a Muslim, someone who knows need to give the advice. Whether you are the one who need the advice, or maybe sometimes people need your advice. So give sincere advice. Okay, number 4, when you sneeze and say, when you sneeze and say Alhamdulillah, then the friend should answer Yarhamukallah, and then he answered back Yahkumullah. This is all praying. We are praying each other. Salam is praying. So answer the salam properly. Meaning that when someone gives salam, someone and then make a prayer to you. Then our responsibility to answer the salam properly. And then the same thing with dua. When you sneeze, Alhamdulillah, you say Alhamdulillah, then people are praying to you, Yarhamukallah. And then when he fall ill, visit him. This is our responsibility towards our friends. And the last one, when he dies, follow his some of our friends recently, some they come here to study, but Allah want them to die here, so they died. Fi sabilillah, fi sabilillah. This is the good death when you are on the way to seeking knowledge. This is among Shahid, among Shahid, seeking knowledge. These are the general rights as of a Muslim over his fellow Muslim. Okay. Then next is on the ethics toward other student. Okay. Okay. Number one, the most important thing in your mind, you come here. Nobody is perfect. Nobody is perfect. You have something good. Of course, besides having something good, we have something also the opposite of good, right? Not everyone is perfect. That's why in Islam, it is very important to cooperate, meaning that they have to work in collaboration with each other, in good faith, with good intention for the best interest of their institution and the community as a whole. This is actually not the encouragement, actually the obligation, meaning that we need to cooperate. Wa ta'awanu 'alal birri wat taqwa. This is the command. Help one another in goodness and piety, but wala ta'awanu, and do not help one another in sins and aggression. So this is the command from Islam. The command from Islam. Okay, so be with good people. Sometimes you have to look for your friends. Find a good friends. When you find a good friend, inshallah, you are having a good BR. What is the character of good friends? Meaning that the friends that always, meaning that guide you to the right way. When you do something good, they encourage you. When you do something wrong, they correct you. Environment, friends are very important. Very important. So find good friends. Find a good friends. Okay. uh, uh, how to find, if you ask me, how to find good friends. I want to tell you, actually, you don't need to find it. So how could I find if I don't try to find it? You must remember that you are a friend of others. You are a friend of others. Others also are looking for good friends. So meaning that rather than you look for good friends, better be a good friend. Meaning that you start with yourself to be good. Then when you are good, normally you will attract those who are good. So these people say the law of attraction, meaning that if you are good, then you attract a good people. But if you are bad, the good people will run away from you, and you normally attract what they call this bad people. So begin with yourself. Be good. Inshallah, many good people will comes to you. Okay. That's number one. Number two, mutual respect and avoiding interference in other personal affairs. Respect their rights to privacy. Yeah, meaning that even your friend is good, but you must know the boundary, the limits. Don't enter beyond the boundary. Sometimes you go into personal matters unless you are given permission. You are given permission. So you must respect. Sometimes not everything we are agreed upon. Sometimes we need to agree to disagree in respecting different differences. This is very important. The term agree to disagree. Agree to disagree. Okay. It is a sign of sincere faith to avoid interfering in what does not concern you. Okay. And number three, this is very important. Some of you might be, having more knowledge. Some of you might be having less knowledge. So here the garden of knowledge and virtues. Actually, the sharing of knowledge is highly recommended to share knowledge and also experience because different people have different backgrounds. Some people their life are so tough. Sometimes they can share their experience. Some people their life are so hard, are so wonderful, so they can share their life experience. Good as long as it is good and beneficial or useful. It is the duty of a senior student or worker to pass his knowledge and experience to his juniors. The motto of encouraging people to share knowledge and experience is met by Islam as a continuous charity. When a person dies, he is completely cut off except from three things. And when we die, إِذَا مَاتَ ابْنُ آدَمَ انْقَطَعَ عَمَلُهُ. So when we die, everything is being cut, except three things that continue running. Number one, sadaqah jariyah. If you make sadaqah jariyah, waqaf, for example, when we die, it continue running. This is what we call passive income. Passive income. You sleep, you don't do anything, but the income still running. With regard to akhirah, we call a sadaqah or a sadaqah jariyah. When we die, the reward continue running to us. Number two, knowledge. This is our concern just now. Knowledge that he had taught and remains puts to good use. The good knowledge you share, mashallah, being benefited by others. So long the knowledge is being benefited, so the reward will continue. The person have a family and the knowledge pass to the family, and then have family and then pass to their family continues, so the reward will continue until akhirah. So don't take for granted even something very simple but might be useful. The Prophet said, "Balighu anni walau ayah." Even one words, but that word is very beneficial and useful. So maybe, who knows? Sometimes we think that all people are the same, but some people they really do not know even a simple thing. Maybe when you say something, then it open their heart, it open their minds, it touch their heart, so it become very useful. And number three, this one is waladun saleh. If you have a child or children's, okay. Now, but our concern is about sharing knowledge. Continue sharing knowledge. Of course, I think, based on my experience teaching uh, students from various countries, they have so many unique experience to be shared, to be shared, and to being what they call this benefited. Okay. It is also the duty of the new inexperienced students or workers to learn from their seniors. Okay. Fas'alu ahla dhikri in kuntum la ta'lamun. If you do not know, don't hesitate to ask. Don't hesitate to ask. This is very important. An-Nahli 43. Okay, good. Allah Messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, this is about what? This is next. The topic comes later. Ethics in mahalla. This is very important when you are being placed in mahalla, or what they call this hostel. The hostel. You must know that you are not alone. You are neighbors to someone else. Allah Messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, Jibril kept impressing upon me kind treatments toward the neighbor, that I thought as if he would confer upon him the right of inheritance. So actually, our neighbor cannot inherit, but in this hadith, Jibril kept impressing about good treatment as if the neighbor can inherit. What does it mean? It means that the neighbor treat them as if they are our relative, because only a relative can inherit. So here the spirit of the hadith that treat your neighbor as your relative. Meaning that we do with our brothers and sisters, the same thing that we need to treat our neighbors. If we don't like something happen to us, so please don't do it to other people. If we like some things happen to us, to do something also. People are waiting also something good. People are also hate something which is not good. Avoid selfishness, avoid individualistic ego, for example. Continue understanding, tolerance. This is really an Islamic virtue. Islamic virtue. Okay, what are the ethics in Mahallah? Number one, this is very important. The basic, regardless from where we are coming, if sometimes you are put among same countries, different countries, for example, different culture, different of way, different of, try to understand this. But the basic principle, number one, avoid harm, to avoid causing them any kind of harm. Meaning that you must understand people, understand people, and avoid any kind of harm. This is the most important. The second is considered bonus, the basic one, the basic one. عن أبي هريرة أن رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم قال لا يدخل الجنة لا يدخل الجنة. If the prophet say دخل النار, meaning that if the prophet say دخل النار, what does it mean? It means that after our sin is being cleansed, then we go to paradise. But if the prophet say لا يدخل الجنة, this is serious. This is serious. لا يدخل الجنة means you are not going to enter paradise. Is it forever? So the expression shows very serious. Of course, it's not forever, but the prophet said something very serious. لا يدخل الجنة, meaning that be in the hell. Man la ya'manu jaruhu bawa'iqahu. This is very important. He who does not secure his neighbor from his wrongful conduct will not enter paradise. For example, normally the harm with regards to mahallah, what the smell, the smell. Avoid it. For example, the smell that excessive smell. Of course, excessive smell. So the noise, for example, the noise. Sometimes you bring your friends from different countries, then you, as if you are with them, but you do not know that you are being placed with someone from different countries, for example. Then when you are mingled together, as if this is your world, as if this is your world. You isolate your roommate, your roommate. So meaning that this is ihsan. Try to understand people. We want people to understand us, but our responsibility also is to understand people. Understand, this is the common sense. Understand in order to be understood. Listened in order to be heard. Care in order to be cared. Love in order to be loved. This is common sense. What does it mean by common sense? Meaning that we don't need to think about it. This is basic principle. But some people, even the basic principle also, they do not know, because of what? Their selfishness. Okay. Okay, next is this is bonus. Number one, no harm. But if you are good, kind, that is wonderful. This is a blessing from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. When your friends, when Allah meets you with someone who is kind. The messenger of Allah said, he who believes in Allah and the last day should either utter good words or better keep silent. If you want to say something, think first. You know, Allah create in this dunya, Allah create things twice. Something happened twice. How? Number one, it happened in the mind before it happened outside. You know, when it happened outside, very difficult to change. Yeah, you know, when you want to say something, first it happened in your mind. Think first, analyze first. Is there any harm when I say this? Yeah. There is good, but there are also harm. What should I do? For example, better not to say something unless it is good. Unless you must say it. For example, when you want to say, make sure it is good and beneficial. You know, but once you release it, it might hurt people. It might break people's heart. It make people sad, for example. Then you say as sorry. The pain cannot be what they call this resolved by simply saying sorry, for example. So the most important thing, be cautious of what you are saying, and you are acting, for example. Think twice. Things twice before you act. Before you act. Okay. Next. Okay. We skip this. Abu Zar reported, Allah Messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam commanded me that when you prepare a broth or meat soup, this is about food. Sometimes you eat, for example, alone, and try to offer to your friend. This is adab. This is about neighbor. Actually, whenever you prepare a broth meat soup and add water to it, meaning you consider your friends and have in your mind the members of the household of your neighbors, and then give them of this with courtesy. Meaning that, this is the best friends. Meaning that when they do something, they think about their company. When they think about their roommate, this is a great blessing. Start with yourself, inshallah. Start with yourself. It is very difficult to change people, but we can change ourselves. Okay, this is about ethics in ethnic. Maybe some of us, are not Muslim. For example, you are coming here, you are being placed, you are coming from Muslim countries, but here we have a student, Chinese student. We have what they call this student, Hindu student, for example. In this situation, what we should do, number one, uphold the rights of a neighbor, your friends. The Prophet ﷺ said neighbor is of three types. Number one, enjoy one right, which is non-Muslim. If your roommate is non-Muslim, so he enjoy the right of neighbor. What is the right of neighbor to? Just now we mentioned, number one, no harm, and number two, be kind. So meaning he enjoy one right, which is the right of neighbor. Under the right of neighbor, we have two. Number one, no harm. Number two, be kind. This is in case that your friends or your roommate is non-Muslim. But second, enjoy two rights, which is Muslim. So Muslim right, six, we mentioned just now, six rights. And then neighbor plus two, they are Muslim and also your neighbor. Six plus two become eight rights. And number three, enjoy three rights, which is relative. Meaning maybe they are your brothers, so they enjoy three rights. So the right of neighbor, two, the right of Muslim, six. So two plus six become eight. That relative one, right, which is inherit. Relative can inherit. So two plus six, eight plus one, it become nine. So these are the type of neighbors. Okay. My dear brothers and sisters, okay. Respect the others. Okay. Respect the others, non-Muslim. Okay, this is very also very important. Respect the others, non-Muslim. Once a dead body was being brought in front of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and the Prophet stood to respect. You see, this is non-Muslim. Our responsibility to respect. So the mayyit was brought in front of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Then the Prophet stood to respect. Stood to respect. Then he was told by the Sahaba that the body belongs to a Jewish. Meaning that, Ya Rasulullah, this not Muslim, why you stood to respect? So the Prophet ﷺ said what? Is it not a body? Haliyal jasad? Meaning that, is it not a human? Is he not human? Meaning that as long as it is human, we need to respect. Islam encourage us to respect. Okay. A different religion, for example, don't talk bad thing about their God. In one hadith, the Prophet said, "Don't curse your God." Don't curse your God. Then the Sahaba asked, "Is there anyone cursing his God?" The Prophet said, "Yes." How? Okay, the Prophet said what? He cursed people God, and because of that, the people curse his God. What does it mean? What does it mean? Meaning that he cursed his God. So be careful. Yeah. So you understand? Let's say for example, we curse someone's God, and he got very angry, and he cursed our God. So the conclusion is what? Actually, we are cursing our God. We are cursing because of his ignorance. He cursed our God because of our action. The same thing in another riwayah, don't curse your father. So the Sahaba said, is there anyone who cursing his father? So then the Prophet said, you curse other fathers, others curse your father, means you curse your father. So be careful. Okay, communicating with hikmah. Of course, sometimes we have quarrel, we have debate, for example, disagreement. Control your anger, control your anger, and maintains your adab, and communicate with hikmah. Remember, the best thing when you are angry, keep silence. Keep silence, because this is about the mechanic of anger. When the emotions up, the wisdom going down. Meaning that when the emotion goes up, then the hikmah is going down. Your cleverness is going down. Your wiseness, your wisdom will go down. So the best thing about emotions, anger especially, when you get angry, what I call this, keep silent. Don't say anything that you might regret later. Okay. If you want to speak, speak with hikmah. Speak with hikmah. Okay. The Prophet, example, this hadith, a Badui comes to the masjid and urinate. Then the Prophet said, of course, the Prophet also human. She got angry, but he said, in a rational way, this place is not for urinating. For example, it's not allowed to urinate in this place. For example, once you go out of your emotions, and then meaning that you are no longer what they call this wise. You are no longer wise, for example, and then shaitan will take advantage. Iblis will take advantage. ولا تجادلوا أهل الكتاب إلا بالتي هي أحسن. Do not argue with the people of the book except with the best hikmah. Okay, that's very important. Okay, next, my dear brothers and sisters, is I want to touch a little bit about adab versus knowledge. This is very important. Number one, some people, they are very arrogant. They comes here thinking that they are having a lot of knowledge already. They are very takabur, so they look down people. There is, I think, remember one story. There's this martial arts person. He is good in martial arts. He learned a lot of martial art. He joined the tournaments everywhere around the world. Whenever he heard something, about the Sifu, the new great Sifu, he will take the flight and go to study. He is very curious about his knowledge, his discipline. So he won a lot of tournament. One time he know a Sifu somewhere in in Himalaya. So he took a flight and fly there in the morning meeting, first meeting. He met with a Sifu. Then the Sifu asked him to explain about his background. While he is speaking, the Sifu, the mug, the water, the Chinese, normally the Chinese tea, glass is very small. So the Sifu pour the water into the glass. And then this person keep talking. He mentioned about his greatness. Tell me, where is the tournament? I don't join. This Sifu, that Sifu, he won a lot. And then the Sifu pour the water into that small glass. You imagine after some time then the glass is full. And then he saw it, but the Sifu continued to pour the water until finish the mug finish. So then he says to the Sifu, actually, what do you want to tell me? Maybe you want to tell me something. What is the lesson? What is the lessons? So the Sifu said, you are like this glass. If you think that you come here, if you think that you are already knowledgeable, uh, meaning that you have full already your knowledge, for example, then it is like water. It cannot go in. It cannot go in. Meaning that we come here, be humbled, put your curiosity to learn, seek new knowledge. For example, inshallah, Allah will give a lot of abundant of knowledge. Normally, knowledge is associated with water, and the symbol of knowledge is water. If you go to any knowledge institution, normally you will see water, because water is the symbol of knowledge. So what is the character of the water? Number one, water is running down. Water is running down. Meaning what? Meaning if you need water, you must put yourself down. Be humble. You cannot go up there and then you expect the water will go up, unless you use the pump. Normally, you need water. Be humble. What else about water? Water, you put into the glass, the water will follow the shape of the glass. What does it mean? It means that, if you have knowledge, you can adjust yourself in whatever situation. In whatever situation. In the water, you are adjusting yourself. On the, what they call this, on the ground, you can adjust yourself. In the air, you can adjust yourself. That's the uniqueness about water. And number three, the water is cool. Those who have knowledge, normally they are very cool. They are very cool. They can control their emotions. They can control their desire. They can normally control their character. They are not easily, what they call this, provocated. So that is the symbol of what they call this water. Okay. Uh, my dear brothers and sisters, so meaning that in that situation, the Sifu said, if you need knowledge, you need to empty your what they call this, your heart, your mind, then the new knowledge will come. The new knowledge will come. Okay. Adab and knowledge are two inseparable entities. In Islam, these two are very important. But which one is higher? The higher is the adab. Adab is above knowledge. Remember, adab is above knowledge. But there are, of course, two inseparable entities. Knowledge without adab is like a sword in the hands of an untrained person, which will hurt itself. You see, very good analogy. Knowledge without adab, you have a lot of knowledge, you become arrogant, you become takabur, for example, you downgrade people, you hurt people feeling, for example. At the end, what happened? You hurt yourself. It is like a sword in the hands of untrained people. This takabur, for example, riya, and then this ujub, for example, actually it does not really harm the people. It harm yourself. Min syarri hasidin idha hasad. Allah asks us to seek refuge uh, uh, with him from what? From hasad. Because those who are having hasad, for example, riya, disojo, and takabur, actually it does not harm people. It harm himself more compared to people. But when it harm people, that we need to ask refuge from Allah, min syarri hasidin idha hasada, when he take action. But when the person does not take action, actually the hasad, the ujub, the riya, actually it does not harm others, it harm himself. The anger, uncontrolled anger, actually does not harm others unless the person take action. But normally it harm the person. The one who having hasad, they said, like the one who drink the poison and expect people to die. Actually the one who die is not the people, actually the person himself. Okay, which will hurt itself. Meanwhile, adab without knowledge, you see, adab without knowledge is like a magnificent building. Adab without knowledge. So adab, he has adab, but no knowledge. Ignorance, jahil. It is like what? Magnificent building. Good building, tall building, high building, but without foundation, fragile and easily collapse. Can adapt. Sometimes it has a very adapt, but he has no knowledge. He will be manipulated by others. He will be scammed. Now this very trending term is scam. People will take advantage upon you if you don't have knowledge. So everything do with knowledge. Everything do with knowledge. Don't simply follow your emotion. Ustaz, I do not know. So if you do not know, fas'alu ahla dhikri in kuntum la ta'lamun. Those who know, the right people. Ask the right people. But if you, let's say, for example, keep your ignorance, and then you befriend with those who are, jahil also, normally the people will take advantage. So then everything will be spoiled. Everything will be spoiled. So this too is very important. The garden of knowledge and virtues. So this is actually reflect our institution, which is adab and knowledge. And normally our product, our product is compared to other product, because we stress on the teaching of Islam, the spirit of Islam, for example. Actually, adab and knowledge are very, very important. The Prophet said, when you need dunya, you need knowledge. When you need akhirah also, you need knowledge. When you need both dunya akhirah, actually you need knowledge also. Knowledge, and knowledge should come with adab. Should come with adab. Iblis, Iblis having a very high knowledge, respected among malaikah, but because of no adab, because of no adab, now he becomes so, what they call this, by Allah Subhanahu wa Taala. My dear brothers and sisters, okay, this is very important. Sometimes you see differences. Praying, for example, some people, there are khilaf in terms of aurah among the women. For example, Malaysian, for example, Shafi'i, mazhab Shafi'i. Some coming from those from mazhab Hanafi, mazhab Hanbali, for example. Sometimes, so in certain case there are khilaf. So respect the differences. Don't simply, what they call this, criticize. Don't simply, for example, put the blame. For example, try to understand people first. Try to understand the matter. Try to understand the situation. In ja'akum, this is not that much. Actually, in sometimes there are report, the woman, they prayed, for example, without stocking, without without socks, for example. And then for us, Shafi'i, the leg, the foot is aurah, but in some mazhab, it is not included into our aurah, for example. So this one we must understand. About praying subuh, for example, we have a kunut here. We have kunut. Those who are coming from Mahambali mazhab, maybe Hanafi mazhab, they don't have kunut, for example. So just respect each other. Respect each other. We have also in salat. Sometimes in salat we have some khilaf. For example, in Fatiha, sometimes you don't hear Bismillah. Sometimes for some mazhab, Bismillah is silent. Bismillah is silent. But for Shafi'i, Bismillah is one part of Fatiha that need to be recited clearly, listens by our ears, for example. I once I prayed beside one student, and then I in Shafi'i we are allowed to say Sayyidina Muhammad. So then after praying, he says to me, brother, this is bid'ah. He said, this is bid'ah. So yes, we understand it, but try to respect, for example, differences. Sometimes, when you pray, especially among Malaysian, you will, when they recite Fatiha silently, in the Salat, for example, you will hear their voice, because in Shafi'i, when we recite Fatiha, rukun qawli, we need to hear by our ears. So don't be too loud until you disturb people. Then you become imam. You disturb the imam. But when you recite, according to Shafi'i, rukun qawli means you need to hear by your ear. But for some people, this is very disturbing. So I have experienced one. someone pray inside, I'm Malaysian, and then another Malaysian. So he's doing like this. He's doing to his ear. He's doing like this. Sometimes disturb our prayer. I don't know. I don't understand why he did like that, and then he did like this. So, repeatedly. So after praying, he says to me, and another one, he said, "Don't teach me to recite Fatiha." So as if we are teaching him to recite Fatiha. Everything be more moderate. Don't be too loud until you disturb people. Of course, it is not allowed. But the people need to understand the differences. Different differences. Okay, that's very important. Even these small things, sometimes make you angry if you out of you don't have respect and tolerance to others. We are coming from different, what they call this, background, different mazahib, different, so many different things, so many different things. Try to respect each other, as long as within the parameter of Sharia, within the parameter of Sharia. And a few more things I want to advise to all of you about values. Values is very important. What is value? What is important to you? Value means something very important to you. I know you have so many values in yourself. Number one, the highest value, make sure you come here with right intentions to seek knowledge, mardatillah, to seek mardatillah. Number one, intention is very important. Seeking knowledge to please Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. This ibadah, 4 years, 5 years, you can claim later in akhirah if you do it lillah. Man salaka tariqan yaltamis fihi ilman sahalallahu tariqan ilal jannah. Allah encourage you, Allah will reward you with paradise. Condition lillah. Lillahi ta'ala. That's very important. You can claim. But if you don't study for Allah, you come here, you study engineering, then you died, then you die, then you want to claim as a ibadah. Allah said, no, you don't do because of me. You do because of dunya. You got already your dunya. You shouldn't claim from me. But if you do for Allah, then you can claim from Allah and you get akhirah and also you get dunya. Number two, happiness. And number three, success. These are your value. I give example. I'm talking about cultural diversity, but in related to values. You have so many values, but make sure these are the most important values. Mardatillah, happiness, success. You can name other values. Number four. Then you can have number five. But I want all of you to add one more values, and this value is very useful and very helpful. It will help you to adapt yourself, to adjust yourself accordingly. So what are the value that you need to add? So this value, which is what? Flexibility. Add to your value one more value, which is flexibility. Flexibility will readjust your priorities, will adjust your what they call this, your values, to suit the situation. Some people, they are very rigid. They are very rigid because they don't have flexibility. Flexibility is very important. Meaning, not everything happen in our way. Sometimes it happen in different ways. But no problem. We are flexible as long as within the parameter of Sharia. Okay, I think that's all the topic that I need to cover. I wish you, I think, the best in your journey of seeking knowledge, and inshallah you will contribute a lot to the people when you finish it. I think I pass back to our chairperson. Thank you very much. Fadal, ya Sheikh.
Thank you so much, Dr. Abdul Latif. Wow, that's really fruitful.
Alhamdulillah.
Studying session, inshallah. Please, my friends, do implement what I've been taught here today. Especially, I know that whenever you come into IUM, you'll enter into a diverse community. You will meet a lot of people, a lot of different thinkings, a lot of people with different agendas. So be mindful, be a good practicing Muslim, inshallah. We
Inshallah.
will succeed. Thank you so much, Dr. Abdul Latif,
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much.
for the sharing session just now.
Thank you.
Alhamdulillah.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. All right. So with the end of that sharing session, we have reached the last. Oh, any messages? Oh, okay. Barakallah fiik. Okay, with the end of the sharing session just now, we have reached the ending of our IIUM Postgraduate Taaruf Week. I know it's called Taaruf Week, but we only have 2 days to conduct this Taaruf. So if I may ask if Dr. Amali is here? Not yet, mashallah. Okay, it's okay. But regardless, if I may ask, how was the briefing and the talks for today? Is it helpful for you? And I know that some of you would probably want more explanation, and I would like also to inform that what you have today is organized by CPS, Center Postgraduate Studies. However, the more in-depth briefing will be carried out by your respective kuliahs. So it differs depending on kuliahs. You have to be on alert. If you have access to or if you are able to communicate with the postgraduate office of your respective kuliah, please do so and ask them when is your respective briefing. I believe that some of you are going to have your briefing tomorrow by online, uh, but to the others, there are some questions that we are unable to entertain because if it's it's a matter of kuliah. So please be attentive to the any announcements made by your kuliah with regards to your kuliah briefing. All right. Okay. Oh, thank you so much, Sister Aminah. I hope that inshallah we will be able to see. I know that we're nearing Ramadan. Next week, right? Next week we're going to start our uh I think it's quite nice for you to begin your life, your postgraduate life in IUM, by being here. Oh, where can we see the where can we see the announcements? All right. The announcement from the kuliah is usually communicated through email. Usually the kuliah is going to send you an email informing you that, oh, okay, we have briefing on this date and this date. So just make sure that whatever email that you provided to the kuliah or to the university actually is an active email. Make sure it is an active email. And then secondly, just peruse it. Inshallah, usually any kind of announcements will be made during office hours. So you don't have to expect that there will be emails sent. If it was not sent by 6 p.m. today, then you don't need to expect there will be an email with regards to the matter for the rest of the day. Just wait for the next morning. Okay. So yeah, just check your emails. To some kuliahs, I believe you have been added into your own respective WhatsApp group. So just when is that ta'aruf apa kuliah? Oh, okay. So be alert with your guys. Oh yeah, so just ask your PG office lah if there is any WhatsApp group specifically for your intake or specifically for your program. Okay? And what? Is he in? Is Dr. Mali in? Oh, I'm talking. Yeah, guys? Right. What do I have okay, may I have the attendance link, please? That's the thing. I think that the organizer is going to post the link. Maybe during the closing speech, inshallah. Okay. Um, maybe a bit of pro tip if you okay, Sister Yana will post the link. Okay. A bit pro tip, I think. To with regards to spending Ramadan in IUM, number one, there will be a lot of free food, so you don't have to spend any money. Okay, there will be plenty of free food, either at the mosque or at the kuliah, So, you can consider Ramadan not just a month of ibadah, but also a month of saving. Okay. Next, what else? Yeah, okay. So for us, Postgraduate Student Society, we're at PGSS. So maybe I don't know if it has it been briefed yesterday? No. Okay. So one thing that you have to know is that for Postgraduate Student Society, there are basically two types. Number one is us. We are the general one. We are the one that caters to the university. We are the university level lah, basically. Postgraduate Student Society, basically we cater to all students. So our excos here are from all kuliah, from econs, from um, from engineering, from KICT. So the ones here right now speaking, I am as well. We're PGSS IIUM only, but I think for every kuliah or maybe most kuliah, they have their own respective PG societies. So you can also inquire them if have any questions with regards to matters on kuliah level. All right. So be attentive with regards to okay, Sister Liana already provided. Here's the link for evening session. Okay. What did I say just now? Oh yeah, basically every kuliah have its own postgraduate student society. There's a lot of activities that can be conducted there. In the meantime, with regards to our society, which is PJSS IUM, just to inform that all of you here, all of 100 of you, are already automatically a member of PJSS IIUM. So, on that matter, will the kuliah reach out to the students or we have to reach out to them? Usually, they will reach out to you first. But let's say within this week, right, you don't receive any information with regards to your briefing, then maybe you can ask, you can email or call them to get information with regards to your kuliah briefing. Sorry, next, during Ramadan, we will have an iftar jama'i. So again, if you are not in the WhatsApp group yet, please enter our official WhatsApp group. I believe Brother Arkam already provided the link in the chat box. I think he will provide it again. So please enter the. Let me check. Yeah. Oh, okay. Everyone is joining. Yeah, good. So in that WhatsApp group, inshallah, we will provide all of the slides that is provided today. When we receive them, okay. I mean, like, if we haven't provided in the WhatsApp, it means that we haven't received it from the speakers. Okay. All right. Yes, that WhatsApp group. Just join the WhatsApp group. Brother Alkamil is actually our president. I'm just a mere exco member. Now, and on that note, if any of you are interested with all of this student society work, or you want to increase your connection or networking, you can look forward to recruitment. Inshallah, we will have a PGSS recruitment for new excos. Maybe you still have that heart, especially for master students, you still have that degree energy with you. You can look forward to contributing to the postgraduate student community. Morning session. Okay, I don't know how to say that. All right. So while we're again still waiting for. Okay. So everyone, you can look at chat box, especially our international students. The link. Those of you who have received, sorry, Those of you who have downloaded the files from CPS IIUM, you can look in your chat box. This is on specifically for mostly for international students. Do react, okay? React, just react. The slides have been posted in the chat box. All right, those of you who downloaded, please, okay, just react, thumbs up. Okay, that's okay already. All right, so we're still waiting for the. Is it? Yeah. All right, okay. Mashallah. All right, so I received confirmation that our speaker has arrived inside this Zoom meeting. All right. So Alhamdulillah, with the briefing just now, with the talk just now provided by Dr. Abdul Latif, we have now reached the end of our Taaruf week. So with that, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Nur Amali Muhammad Daud, our Deputy Dean of our CPS Deputy Dean, Academic and Internationalization, to provide the closing speech for this Taaruf week. Dr. Amali, are you there?
Yes.
All right, sir. The floor is yours.
Okay. All right. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much, Brother Faiz, for moderating this session. My respected Postgraduate Student Society committee members and my beloved new postgraduate students, brothers and sisters, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So Alhamdulillah, summa alhamdulillah, all praise be to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, who has granted us the opportunity to be part of IIUM big family. Now we reach to the conclusion of this IIUM Postgraduate Taaruf Week for semester 2, 24-25. I extend my heartfelt appreciation to each and every one of you for your participation, enthusiasm, and engagement throughout this program. So this week has been a journey of discovery. Over the course of this week's sessions, you have been exposed to the university expectations. You have been exposed to CPS briefing on rules and regulations. You also have been introduced to IIUM support system, such as counseling, library, as well as research skills and many more. And I believe that this week is a very important time for you to acquaint yourself with the academic and intellectual ecosystems of the International Islamic University Malaysia, to build meaningful connections and to set the foundation for your postgraduate studies. I would like to emphasize here that IIUM is more than just a university. It is a place where knowledge, faith, and values come together to shape not only intellectuals, but also future leaders. You are future leaders who embody the spirit of Rahmatan lil Alameen, a mercy to all mankind. And as postgraduate students, you are not just learners, but contributors to knowledge. Your research, critical thinking, innovations will not only shape your own careers, but also benefit society. So we encourage you to embrace this journey with curiosity, perseverance, and commitment to excellence. The road ahead will be challenging. You need to admit that, and we need to admit that as well. But remember that challenges are inevitable, but with determination, sincerity, and reliance on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, inshallah, every obstacle can be turned into an opportunity for growth. So seek knowledge with humility, contribute to your field with integrity, and most importantly, to uphold the values of Tawhidic epistemology, the vision, and also the vision of the university. My deepest gratitude to the organizing committee, the speakers, the facilitators of this Taaruf Week program, and everyone who has contributed to making this orientation a success. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala reward your efforts abundantly. And on behalf of the university and also Center for Postgraduate Studies, IIUM, I congratulate you once again on embarking on this journey. May your academic journey here be filled with barakah, blessings of God, hikmah, wisdom, and success, both in this world and the hereafter. May your time here be fruitful, fulfilling, and transformative. And we look forward to celebrating your achievements in the years ahead. So with that, I officially conclude the IIUM Postgraduate Orientation Week. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you so much, Dr. Amali, for delivering the closing speech for the IIM Postgraduate Taaruf Week 2024-2025. So with that, we have officially closed the Taaruf Week for this intake. And inshallah, for those of you, again, a small reminder before we end our Taaruf today, only those who have registered and received the confirmation email will you gather in front of the main staircase at what time? Alka? 8. So please gather at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Those of you who have registered and received confirmation email. Emphasis on and receive confirmation email. All right. So that's all. Looking forward to seeing all of you in IIUM campus as well as in future CPS and PGSS IIUM's programs. So with that, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you everyone. See you in the future, inshallah. And also happy Ramadan. Oh, group pictures. My apologies. Let's have a group pictures. Yes. Okay, everyone, open your camera, open your video. Open your beautiful face. MashaAllah. Okay, everyone, open your camera, open your camera. All right. Yeah, receive confirmation from the gallery. Okay. Everyone, open picture. Okay, at least we want one page full of open videos. Come. The sisters, throw your hijab on. The brothers, cover your aura. Quickly. Okay, more brothers, more sisters. Come on. Yes. Don't be shy. You don't show face here, we will see your face in the future as well. Okay, come. More people. Open your video. Yes. If you're in the car, drive safely. Don't need to open camera if you're driving. Okay. Safety first. It's not this group photo is not as important as your life. Okay.
Okay, all right. Okay. In 1, 2, okay, all right, one more time. Okay, wait now.
Yeah, that's page 2. Ooh, okay.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay.
All right. Thank you so much, everyone. I'll see you, fellow comrades, in the future. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Have a nice week off. Oh, something like that.
عليكم السلام ورحمة الله.